Hey, how's it going, universe? Welcome to another episode of Zoobox, a podcast about nonsense, much of which you are about to hear. And we're a man down this week, but we're still strong. Okay, we got three
It's
legs.
just a normal week. It's a normal week.
Yeah, somebody's usually not here. That's one of the benefits of having four people on your podcast.
And that is a benefit. And it's nice when he pops in. You know, it kind of freshens things up. And also, he's got to make them greenbacks. Those greenies.
It's not as if we changed everything for him, but
Well, I mean, his job schedule.
I know. I'm just joking.
It's a complete shit show. Well, listen, I threw down the gauntlet. No one responded. Not one. Not one. Yeah. I spent all this, my hard-earned cash, Sean. Hard-earned VA bucks. I'm sending them over to you. And what do? You spit in my face. You spit in my face. I'm so disappointed. Listen, guys. I got, the same one, the RG351V, right? So long story short, I basically gave my other one to my buddy. It's his birthday coming up. He really liked it. And
you said, hey man, have it.
And and there was that, but he also gave me like a tube amp. Like it was kind of like this exchange, right? Like, so I was like, all right, cool.
Oh, did some old dickering.
Yeah, he's getting
It wasn't even dickering.
He's getting into the inflation economy where we're gonna trade goods and services.
Well, you can't even call it dickering because he's like, hey man, you can have this amp, and I'm like, oh, I can't. This thing is probably minimum. It's an original 1970s PV tube amp, and that's the same exact stuff that like Lynyrd Skynyrd recorded on, like a legit like tubes. Basically, just to give a quite little bit of information, you have your solid state amps, which are regulated by wattage, and so are tube amps. But what they do on the back of tube amps, or inside the tube amps, they have these things called tubes. They look like light bulbs. They make like a 50-watt tube amp is louder than a 500-watt solid state amp. 50-watt, it's a big tube amp. This thing is 100. So that's a kicker. It's a big motherfucking amp. And so I kind of felt his birthday's coming up. I told him I would buy one, and I was like, listen, dude, like since you're giving me this stuff right now, can I just give you the RG351V? I know you really wanted one. So we did it. So
that sounds like dickering.
It's a little, but he was giving.
Well, it was,
and
like, Dan turned it into. He was like so magnetic.
I don't even.
He was like, I can't just take this from you. I need to offer you something in return.
I don't think that's barter and trade. Wouldn't that be like?
Well, no, it's
different.
It's called
dickering's different than bartering and trading.
Yeah, it's magnanimous dickering. It's like, oh, I am so like generous and
Well, he was generous, anyways.
And then you tried to out generous him.
I don't think I did personally, but this is the cool part. So I ordered another one. I got the gray Game Boy Color gray. I don't have it on me right now. It's in the other room. But you guys, I am a great brother. Okay, because have you I don't think you realize what you have on your hands, Sean. Like, I don't think the power that you don't realize, because using the other one, it has a completely different operating system. It has, I think, 351 elect or emulation station or something like that. It was one of the two. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's easier. It's easier to access things and this and that. But this thing is a freaking powerhouse. This software is the Arc OS. Now, listen. We can talk about it more in depth later, but I'm telling you, dude, I was playing. You can play PC games, Diablo. You can play Diablo 2 on this thing, and there's this thing called Amber Ports, and it's on there. I got it from the same exact guy that you got. It should be the same exact one, and it's amazing. Like, it's so cool what it can do. So, like, there's this thing called Amber Ports on it, and I can go click on it. And for some reason, it's not working right now. I can't explain why. But this guy created this thing called Amber Ports where he ported just for the Anbernac or Anbernic, whatever it is called, the company, all these old PC games. So Quake, Doom 2, like the original.
Yeah, are they?
Like it's the original.
Well, is it the Scum engine or whatever?
No, that's a Scum VM, right? Yeah, but there's another one called Amber Ports.
I don't know if I don't think that's on mine.
I would be shocked. I got it the same. Maybe it's a new thing, and I'm like I'm the first one in.
Yeah, you might have got a newer version.
Maybe it's a new stock or whatever. But man,
wait, Dan, did you get another one?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got one on your way too, dude. Don't worry, dude. That's for Christmas. It's Christmas to you. You've muted yourself, Mike. You mute yourself. You unmute yourself.
No, I'm not gonna have time to play that.
Yeah, that'll be fine. You'll find time.
Don't. You don't need to buy
late.
it. Please
it's
don't.
Late. It's your Christmas present. That's it. It's done. It's done.
I know. Don't. Yeah, that's too much. I don't want it.
It's not a lot of money, Mike. I got VA bucks, Mike. I got my VA bucks. Okay.
Oh,
I know. Save and invest it.
I am investing in my friendship.
For now, until they. Yeah. No, seriously, I probably like the kids will probably play that thing more than I will.
Okay, then maybe
able to play that.
Maybe they will.
Mike,
but
I'm busy, man. What you got to do, buddy? Like if the holidays are coming up, you score yourself some Delta 8. You go put on some holiday classics, and you play some Super Mario Brothers or something.
Yeah, dude, you get like Mike. It's 17,000 games. Like, come on, like. It's fun, and I wanted to do it for you, so I ruined the surprise a little bit. But
this is the okay. So Dan threw down a gauntlet. Dan is what I would call pretty close to a Tetris master. He's the closest.
I would say.
Hold on, he's the closest that Zoobox knows to a Tetris master. Dan, if Dan is good at one video game, it's Tetris. And Dan has been good at Tetris since he was a teenager. When he had it on his cell phone that he got in trouble for. It cost him dearly. Because he bought it, and then my parents found out about it.
I bought like
a lot of games,
like 15 games in a weekend because I thought you could return it, like at a return. I thought, I don't like this one, I'll delete it, like stupidly.
No,
because you gotta remember how young the technology was, like where you could get games on your phone, like from the internet. That was really surprising. I think it was on the Razor.
Hell yeah, dude! I remember I had the Batman Begins game on my phone.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I was just like trying stuff out, but Tetris was always the one. But that's where I really chopped my skills up. I mean, I can't remember the max level, but I could get to max level. Like I could get to almost like you mean it just keeps going, but I got to almost max level.
Well, one of the things we went to this thing called MagFest in like 2012 or something. It was
2011.
2011, the year.
No, it was 2012. 2012. You're right.
No, it wasn't 22. It was 2011 because it was before I left for Maryland and.
No, it was before I left for the military.
Yeah, and I was in Maryland. During the 2012, yeah. So we went that January 2011. Okay. But they had an arcade version of a Tetris game. Was the 3D Tetris where you were looking down, you were looking downwards, like at the things, and then had to do it that way. And then Dan got the highest score. Yeah. At the convention.
Sure did.
He was like a ghost. He was like a mystery man. Who is this mystery man?
Dude,
isn't that what? So Dan found the Virtual Boy version on the emulator thing he got us, and he was showing off his high scores, demanding that somebody challenge him.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I looked at the high score. It's 1,069,000 points or something like that. I think I could do it with a lot of practice. I've been like strategizing, building my strategy to how to defeat you fools.
Hot strat.
Like my first game, I got like 50,000 points. I really didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand the controls because it's so wild. So like, okay, normal Tetris. Everyone knows how it works, right? Mike, you know how Tetris works. You get it. You've seen it play.
No, I absolutely never played this game.
You've never played Tetris?
I've never played Tetris in my entire life.
You could be amazing at Tetris because you just don't know the game. Like you've never had to be corrupted. Like you would be like me. Come on, get back into focus here. Come on, motherfucker, get back. There it is. All right.
No, Dan, I'd probably be horrible at that game.
Oh no, Mike. It's so good for your mind. That's why I think I'm a genius. Is because no, I'm kidding. But I really do think it's a game where basically you have L shape, T shapes, right? L shape.
Oh, I played this game like once or twice. I'm horrible.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Yeah,
never mind. You are not.
Everybody's horrible at Tetris when you first
I wasn't.
Dan, except for Dan. But I remember, me playing it. I started playing it only a couple years ago because it was when Foster was like a newborn, and I needed to play games that I could play with one hand. So it was Tetris, pool, and golf. Got really into those. But I actually got okay at Tetris, but I've never. Can't even touch Dan. Dan's
Like
autistic.
I was on the point. I'm like, hey Sean, watch this. I'm gonna like do 10 Tetrises in a row, and I did it. Like I can do that. Like so a Tetris is 4 lines. It's one. So the regular Tetris is you have lines, so it's 2-dimensional. So obviously 3D, right? 3-dimensional, and I didn't understand when like it was just like that Tetris game that I played
Yeah, you were just like Trump on January 6th. 3-dimensional Tetris, dude.
Just getting it, dude, getting it. But to his supporters. But anyway, so there was like this moment. I remember playing the game, and because I was like, "There's no way the Virtual Boy is gonna work on this RG351V. Like, there's just no way. There's no way it's gonna." I remember you had a headset.
Yeah.
I didn't know how it worked. I never played it, but I knew you had to have a headset thing. But this game is where you have to build walls, right? And it's just like the other one, just like the one I was playing up there at MagFest. And dude, I had so much fun like figuring the game out. And man, let me tell you what, like I already came up with a strategy. I'm not saying it's perfect once I get into the deeper levels. Like things get more complicated because the pieces, dude, this is you have to be thinking on your feet. So like you have to build walls. Basically, you have 3-line pieces, 2-line pieces, and you have 1-line pieces for the first basically like 7 or 8 levels. But you can flip it in 3D space. So you can like manipulate it, and you have 5. So you can build up to 5 walls into a square. So like you can make a square, a 3-dimensional square, and then obviously the closer you get to the 5th and final column, like wall. Mm-hmm. You can, dude, it is epic. It is epic to like be building this massive like square, and I'm doing all this stuff, but you have to be able to like think in a completely different dimension. So like it's opened up a whole new world to me as far as like experience, like strategy, and then the pieces get crazier because then they start sending you 4, like a big square.
Yeah.
And you can lay them flat. You can lay them like this. You can do all this like crazy, crazy stuff. Then they start slamming you with pieces that are disjointed. So you'll have like a 2 on the bottom.
Yeah.
And then like nothing.
Third. Yeah.
And then and like, dude, let me tell you, man, you want to put your brain on overdrive? I could beat Tom Brady after playing 3D Tetris. I could do it.
You should you should start a Twitch channel and just live stream yourself for like 10 hours at a time playing Tetris, all the different kinds of Tetris.
Oh man, dude!
You could be a
Like,
star,
I don't know.
You could be a star.
Maybe I could, but I'm not like that good. You know, I don't think I'm probably top 5, 10% in the world like at Tetris. Like I would be in that realm.
You think so?
Like I think I would be in there, depending on the Tetris, mind you. If you're talking old school Tetris,
okay, let's just say classic.
Is there like a way to look this up?
What do you mean?
Well, okay, by Tetris, I have done it one time when I was on shrooms. I beat Tetris Effect on master mode in one go, so no failure.
No failure.
Not one failure. I did it in one straight shot, which is ridiculously hard to do. That is pretty hard.
So is there like a Tetris like database where like people put their records and shit?
Yeah.
Twin Galaxies is usually the famous for gaming one. Like that's the one that a lot of people record. But it depends on what you're going for.
Can't you just go look at their scores and see where you're at?
Well, yeah. I mean, for sure.
Wouldn't that tell you?
Well, there's a whole new method now for original Tetris, Super Nintendo Tetris, I believe.
Just whatever Tetris you're talking about.
Yes. There is a database.
Every single video game that's point based has a record of like who is.
It's
like,
on Twin Galaxies is as confirmed as like the record holders.
Yeah,
that's where you.
So how do you get on there? Basically, how do you prove that you've done something?
You have to record it usually and send it into the officials at Twin Galaxies, and they verify it.
Yeah, they have to do that, but also there is different records for different platforms. So like basically I could not claim the Virtual Boy because I'm not actually playing with the Virtual Boy. It would
don't-
be on my own record. I might be able to maybe do it for the RG351V version, but there's so many different variations of ROMs, and people can do different stuff to them. It's not really a reliable.
They don't allow
you know?
ROMs on Twin Galaxies. You got to have the real hardware. Actually, there's a documentary, Michael, you might like it. It's called The King of Kong.
A Fistful of Quarters.
A Fistful of Quarters, which basically chronicles like these two guys who are the best at Donkey Kong in the world, and kind of all the drama and the behind-the-scenes scuttle that takes place when you're trying to set a world record for Donkey Kong, which is like a placeholder. It could be anything, but like it's a very competitive, weird community.
So, but Dan, essentially, you could go to this data place, look at these records, and be like, "Okay, I'm here. This is where I need to get to in order to be like elite."
That's what I did. Well, like I said, it depends on what version of Tetris you're playing. Now,
I know you just go to whatever version.
Right. Like Tetris Blitz, I've gotten second, not Tetris Blitz, whatever the Tetris 99, I think it is. And that's where you're battling 100 other people simultaneously. So every time they can target you and then like make your bottom stack up, and it's like really. I got second, and that's a bunch of Asian kids. It's a bunch of Chinese and Korean kids, and that's where I'm at. So Ryan literally witnessed me one day when I don't know. I think it was around Christmas a year ago. I sat there for like 8 hours and did nothing but play Tetris 99 on his Switch.
Yeah, Tetris 99 is the Switch only thing, and I think the only way to get it is if you have like Nintendo Online or something. It was a free game when Nintendo Online first launched.
Yeah, I mean the game. Listen, like there are so many different versions, but as far as have I ever met anybody to ever be able to like in person in real life? No, I've never met anyone that can come close. But I have online competitions like Tetris Blitz on the PlayStation. I have beat like guys on there, and that's a very small, narrow community because you can't buy it anymore. So those dudes are really, really, really good.
Actually, I think there's a video on the channel. Dan and I streamed playing Tetris one night.
Oh, dude, it was epic. I had an epic battle with this guy, and I fucking because you can build. So basically, you can make them get more lines. So the better you are, the faster you're going, the faster their bottom, and so you have to be clearing. And you have to be like as it's stacking, and you gotta. It's a really intense few minutes there. But I really do feel that Tetris might be.
Why would you want to challenge people like us?
Well, because I know I could beat you. It's just like why does Tom Brady talk about the Jets? We all know why.
It's just self-esteem boosting, really. I mean,
no, I don't think it's
just mental health.
It's the only game. It is literally the only game I can play where I know I'm going to crush people. Like in a very high percentage chance, especially amateurs. But like someone like Ryan, he can't work in this 3-dimensional space. Right? He can't do it. If you can't do it 2D, baby, you can't do it in 3D.
Yeah, he relies
what
too
happens
much
when
on
he
his...
tries to challenge you?
He fails.
He
won't
can't
even
do it.
He's afraid. Michael.
Yeah, he won't. He won't play me. He won't do it.
Well, it's Mike. Ryan's like skill in video games is like innate. Like it's Twitch responses and stuff like that. Like he plays. He's very good at first-person shooters, right? Like that's what Ryan really excels at, and it's because of Twitch gameplay. He's really good at that in a way that my old brain is not. I take that extra half a beat to be like, is that the bad guy?
Yeah,
is that the guy?
Me too.
And before
I'm the same way.
Ryan is honestly, I mean, he's really good. I mean, he's always top 10, 15 percentile. Like, and I mean, he's always at the top, if not the top, probably 90%.
Yeah, that's why it's fun to be on his team because you win.
Yes. But like, I'll tell you this, dude. Like, so this is me. I have short spurts of. I have like probably 5 or 6 moments where I clutched it in probably 500 hours playing Rainbow Six. Okay, like maybe 5 or 6 moments. Ryan has hundreds and hundreds of moments where.
Well, it's every game. Every game, Ryan has to clutch it because everybody dies.
Yeah. Well, if you're playing with the worst people,
especially that game. That game, you got to be quick.
Yes. No, you gotta be accurate.
You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta know the maps. Yeah. Like you gotta know your role. Like
And then also tactics and being able to outthink the enemy and then outflank them. And Ryan's really good on that stuff. And sadly, as a military, SWAT guy, I just can't apply it to a video game for some reason. Like, it just doesn't feel, the stakes aren't there for me. But there needs...
because the person playing...
Yeah.
But the person playing is not going to play like somebody with a real gun. So
no,
they're going to react differently.
Oh, dude,
you're reckless. You're free to be reckless. I mean, like,
you're
not as methodical. You're not.
You could take like a great chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what's gonna happen?
I mean, I'll tell you, man. The amount of simunitions I've been shot with in my military career probably is tens of thousands. Like, I would say, I can't even. It could be over 100,000. I mean, I've been shot so many times. I mean, my uniform's covered in this, like, it's like pink or blue stuff, like has like soap in it, so it just washes out. But oh my God, man, I have constantly been shot at, and even being shot by fake rounds makes you think twice, right? Like,
of course, yeah.
It's like getting hit with a paintball. It doesn't feel great. It doesn't. You learn to deal with it or whatever. But it does change your mindset knowing that you're going to get blasted. Like, regardless, you pay attention way more to tactical angles and, like,
you're not fucking Batman.
Depth of rooms.
You're not Batman who just straight up walks down a hallway while getting shot with an automatic rifle.
But, hey, listen, that's good on Ryan. But, when it comes to the games, he is especially first-person shooters, he's the guy. But when it comes
do you ever think they'll make like a virtual video game where, like, if you get shot, it feels like you're getting shot?
Yeah, they have.
Like it hurts that bad.
Yeah, they don't hurt that bad, but they have suits, haptic feedback suits that are not like on the market for a normie to buy or whatever, but they do exist, and you feel it's basically like wearing like a rumble suit. Where,
and they like vibrate where you're getting shot.
Yeah, you'll feel the vibrations and stuff, but that's. They've tried a bunch of times to do like weird like trackball things where you're like in a thing, like you're actually on like a weird treadmill thing and you're like playing a first person.
Oh yeah.
They just don't work very well. Like, they're just not on the market for like and then who has the fucking house space for something like that? It's like it's hard enough to like clear my living room enough to use my my PlayStation VR. Like, that's enough of a pain in the ass. I can't even imagine like having to set up like a fucking treadmill to play in your living room to play a game. But it's cool. In theory, it's cool, though. Until you start thinking about how tired you would be after about 10 feet. It's not like holding a controller and just sprinting. You'd actually have to move a little bit. It would probably be good for society. It'd be good for the culture. But
it might be good for like just overall move, like
if you could make
health,
exercise fun and exciting. Oh yeah, but it has to be easy to use. It has to be accessible.
I'll tell you, dude.
Yeah, yelling at your squad mates to get the fuck up. Yo, why are you sitting down?
Dude, I'll tell you this much. You're watching the commercials for the military, like the Marines, and dudes are running and like shooting, and then you do it and you're like, this fucking sucks. Like, this is not fun. This is not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. Training that way is not fun. Like, it sucks. Especially when, like, we had this thing, I can't remember what it's called right now for some reason, but basically you have to run a mile in full kit, full armor, helmet, whole nine, gun, rounds, and a backpack, your assault pack. You have to run a mile, and then you have to like be getting your dick smoked in the dirt each berm. So you start out at like 100, and then you move back, I think to like 600 or 500, I think. But in between each berm, like the thing that you stand on, like it's basically you have like a giant mound of dirt, then like 100 yards of flat ground, and then so basically, and like I think ours lasted like an hour and a half or something. Dude, it's not fun, man. Like, it's not fun. Like, it's awful. The ground is so hot you can't breathe because you're just breathing in hot air. It's like, it's awful. And, people are like trying to pick their head up and they're like, get your face in the dirt, scum, or whatever.
Yeah.
Funny, very funny moment. So we were doing it, right? We were doing this, I don't know why, I can't remember what it's called, but we were doing this thing. We were running around and we were getting our butts smoked off. And they go, all right, go touch. And there was this guy. His name was DeLong, and he was really ugly. And we would always say, why DeLong face? But anyway, my buddy Mark said that. But this guy, they go, all right, go touch DeLong. So me, you know, this guy probably 50, 60 yards from me. I run up. I'm like delirious, man. Like, you know, getting your butt smoked. You can't drink water. You're just dying. And I run up and I just grab the guy. And I'm like, all right, I made it. And they're like, Deegan, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, you said go get DeLong. So I got DeLong. Here he is. And I look up and it's not DeLong. And they go, no, not there. There. And they point to the top of a mountain. Like, okay, a very large hill. But like a very, very large hill. And I just remember saying, fuck. Like you're just screaming. And I just remember like everyone's like throwing up. We're all like climbing this mountain, dude. It's not fun. I mean, looking back, it's hilarious. But, you know, you sit there and you're like, while you're doing it, your legs are on fire, your back is screaming. And
yeah. I mean, very rarely in a person's life will they be able to test their metal in that way. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's testing your metal as much as it is.
Come on, you pushing your body like that, just like
it sucks.
Yeah, no, it does, of course. But like most people in their life, in the Western world, will never have to experience something like that. It's almost like you have a different perspective on what you can do with your body than most people probably have.
I mean, maybe I do. I'm not even saying I was the most. Maybe, dude. I don't know. So, I mean, you know, you never know in the moment what really happens. But, like, you know, you just sitting there and, like, you get dropped off on a helicopter. You got 1,000 yards. And they're like, go. And you're like, fuck. Like, 1,000 yards, I mean, 1,600 yards is a mile.
Yeah.
So, like, you're running about you know, half a mile, a little bit more, obviously. And it just sucks. It just sucks. And you're just like, all right, dude. All right, man, this is what my job is. I'm doing this today. And, you know, like some poor guy has got the 249 with 800 rounds of ammo, slogging ass, dude. And you're like, I'm sorry, dude. We have to do this to you. Oh, man, dude. You're just like, you know, you're just like, and then you're like, keep up, pussy. You're like, I'm trying, man. I'm giving it my all. But what can I say except those memories? Those fucking memories, dude, man. I have so many memories just getting my ass fucking beat.
And that's why he's so dedicated to Tetris.
And that's why. But I can tell you though, like Tetris for me it's a mental exercise. It really is. It's a great mental exercise, dude. Like Tetris is one of those games that is, you got to be fast. You got to be able to do pattern recognition. Mm-hmm. You also have to be able to strategize. And so you have to, because like it always shows you, well, like it always usually shows you at least one piece ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
So you know what piece you're going. But Mike, do you know how fast it goes sometimes?
Well, no, because I've played it, but not
Mike,
extensively.
It's literally like this. Like that's how fast the pieces are dropping. It's like whoop, 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 whoop.
So you got to get them on there fast.
Yeah, you got to be like you got to be driving.
So are you so bummed when you're in it and you lose, and then you got to restart from the fucking beginning?
Sometimes. I mean, sometimes if you're like training,
how much is that? You know, is that like getting kicked in the nuts, kind of?
It's the joy of the hunt. The joy of the hunt. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're out there like myself hunting wild boar. And
I mean,
just because I don't catch the boar doesn't mean that was not a magnificent hunt.
I'm just saying
that's what pisses me off about those games.
What games?
Like kind of like games like that where like you get to like a level, then you like if you fail, you gotta fucking go all the way back to the bottom.
Oh yeah, but Tetris is not like it's not that kind of game. You get like it's like a fugue state you get into. It's a great podcast game, or if you have a movie on that you've seen a million times or something, and you can really just like you zone out and you just get in the pocket sometimes. Like when Tetris starts clicking, you really do feel like a genius. Like you really feel like a master. You're like, oh my god, like look what I'm doing here. I'm just fucking moving these pieces like crazy. I'm busting out Tetris.
Mike, I think the best way maybe to explain it for Mike is, you know, when you're doing jiu-jitsu, right? And you know what your next move is going to be. Like you have an idea. So you're just reacting to movement. You're reacting to position. That's all Tetris is. It's just reacting to speed, transitions, and what people are, you're trying to outthink your opponent in the way. And much like jiu-jitsu, you're, unless the guy's telling you exactly what they're going to do, it's random to you, right?
Yeah.
Depending on certain things, that they're probably going to try this, whatever. But it's much like jiu-jitsu in that way where you got to move fast, and when you see an opening, you got to go for it. And you can't like take your time. When you see that opening, you go for it and you go for the submission. But it's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. And honestly, man, like Tetris is probably the perfect game. It's such a simple game, but it is the perfect game. It really is a perfect game to me.
It is. It's hard. They've never really successfully iterated on it, because if you actually in the emulator thing, you can play Tetris 2.
Yep.
And I think there's a couple other ones, but like it's really never gotten better than just classic Tetris. Like,
hey, Tetris 2 is fun too. It's a wholly different way of thinking.
It's a completely different game. It just doesn't have like the legs.
The simplicity.
Tetris is so it's so simple, but complex, and it's something to be mastered. Like, and it's a lot of fun. Actually, honestly, like.
So can you beat the game?
Yes. You can get to the final board. That's the whole thing. 99.
Well, that's not every game. That's the original game. The game basically.
No, the original Tetris you can beat.
You can beat the original. Yeah, people do it all the time. I mean, they have the World Tetris Championships or whatever.
Yeah.
Those are.
You can top out, but the game breaks, doesn't it? They don't actually finish the game. It's a point thing. So once your points go up to a certain point, I think I if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure original Tetris has no top out. If I'm not mistaken, because they usually stop at level 33 is where that's the most people can go. Has been 33.
Have you ever gone to there?
No, I don't like original Tetris is actually you got to be even better than because in modern Tetris anyway, it can touch something and you can spin it and then you could drop it somewhere. In original Tetris, the moment it touches, it's over. Yeah. That it's stuck there. And I never really had access to it. On the RG351V, maybe I'll just start practicing more. But you really need a controller. You really need, because you need to be able to hyper tap and do all this stuff.
For sure. Yeah, I guess the original Tetris is a never-ending game. You can't actually beat Tetris.
Yeah, I think there's a new guy on the street. He's come up with this new method that is unbeatable. And Joseph was the guy that really brought hyper tapping into the thing. And now this guy has created something called rolling. And it's really cool. So he actually rolls the bottom of the controller instead of actually hitting from the top. It's an interesting technique, and that kid is nasty. I can't remember his name.
What do you mean? What level did he get to?
I think 30. I think he's gotten the most points ever. And I think 33 or 34. You got to remember, dude, it's so fast, Mike. It's impossible to play. That's how fast it is. It's nearly impossible. It's insane. It's insane. Go watch videos of dudes beating Tetris on Master, or watch dudes go. Actually, just type in Tetris World Championships highlights and just go watch a match or something. You'll watch it, and these guys are it's insane.
Yeah, there's actually
it's really cool.
There's a pretty good documentary. I think it's called Tetris Masters. It came out 10 years ago. That's pretty good. It's a good It's a good overview of the video game, its legacy, and the scene, the competitive Tetris scene.
So it's kind of like chess.
Yes, in a certain respect, yeah. I mean, it's.
I would say so. Chess is very simple.
Are people that play Tetris normally very smart? The guys that are very elite?
They're autistic.
I wouldn't. I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm not gonna say they're stupid people. They're definitely not stupid. They're just nerdy.
No. They're on the spectrum.
I don't know. Joseph's not on the
spectrum. Are they chess players?
Those dudes.
Players are kind of
some of them.
What do you? I mean, they're just kind of socially awkward, quiet.
They're nerds. They're incel nerdy dudes.
Yeah, that's what I mean about they're on the spectrum. They're
not Job though. Not Job. Job wears a leather jacket and he's a fucking badass.
That guy slays pussy, dude.
Dude, until Joseph. Oh man, when Joseph came in, Mike, this guy Joseph was like, I think 16 or 17, and he had only started Tetris like a year before the championships or something. And then he
What year is this
qualified 2017, I think, 2018
Oh, this is like
maybe.
a new thing.
No.
Yeah,
You know about this guy.
Joseph's new. I think Job or whatever his name is.
How did you learn about him?
Watching the World Championships.
Yeah, it was on YouTube actually. But so the funny thing is, it's held every year in Portland. So I was gonna go, but that obviously didn't work out. But it would have been so cool to go.
Yeah, just to bask in the glory of
Dude,
the fights.
I would have loved to have been there and see it, but ultimately, that didn't work out. And then they do some bullshit now where they don't even live stream it anymore. Like they put it out like 2 or 3 months later. Everybody that goes has to sign like NDAs and stuff, and like it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
Why are you doing months later? I don't know.
Because there is a thrill of just watching something live. It's like watching a fight or a football game the next day.
Yeah.
It's just not as fun. It's not as cool.
Why would they make you sound like an NDA though?
No, because what they did is it's if you want to watch it live, it's behind a paywall. That's what it is. You have to. You have to subscribe to their Twitch channel. It's like.
Well, I didn't even know what happened.
So it's like a pay-per-view kind of.
Yeah, that's kind of what they've turned it into. But
I mean,
they
it's
have the
cool,
replays
man.
on YouTube, but yes,
You gotta see Joseph. Joseph when he goes against basically like the Muhammad Ali of Tetris. That's like who he got.
And he's beat him.
I'm not gonna say. You're gonna have to go watch. It's intense though. Like it's intense. Mike, it will take you 5 minutes of watching to understand what's going on. You just gotta outlast your opponent. That's it. You just have to outlast and also beat them by points.
So, do they ever look at their opponent or no?
They're like
always glued.
They're glued to the fucking screen, dude. You can't take your eyes off this. That shit moves so fast. There's no fucking dicking around.
Like,
so they don't know what their opponent's
Smash
doing.
Brothers. Okay.
But they don't know what their opponent's doing. They just know when they end.
They just know when they top out. They just go, okay. But like Joseph will be known to like kind of take a peek every now and then, and it's cost him a couple times. But like you gotta watch it.
Like even if somebody falls, that does not mean you're beating them in points. Like so, you have to keep your focus. So because the whole crowd will be like, oh, and somebody will fall out, but that doesn't mean you're gonna win necessarily just because you're still in it.
Like
you gotta
sometimes dudes win by like a line is worth a certain amount of points, 2 lines is worth a certain amount of points, 3 lines, and then a Tetris is worth the most amount of points. And the higher the level, the more the points are worth. But the harder the Tetris are to get.
Those guys play in a way like if you're a normie and you play Tetris, you're just trying to clear lines. You're not trying to like when you first start out.
Dude.
Yeah, I know. When you first start out and you're like a normie and you don't really know the game, you're just trying to clear lines. You're not trying to stack. You're not trying to like build.
That's what I've always tried to do.
Yeah, but once you get good at it though, like you can start strategizing and building Tetrises and stuff like that.
You know how to react like to certain things. Like if you have a right well, left well, center well, like and you have all this like crazy stuff going on. But the cool thing about the 3D Tetris is I applied some of the principles, but it's proving to be fruitful. I have got to the max level, which is 10 on 3D Tetris. I have gotten there. I haven't maintained for very long. I'm about 200,000 points now is what my score is. So I'm learning the game. I'm learning the new strategies and stuff that I'm just kind of messing around with. But what an enjoyable experience. And the cool thing about the RG351V, the one that I got for everyone except Ryan, because fuck him. But hey, he's not here, dude. He doesn't get one.
Yeah,
I don't buy
that guy.
Fuck
Seriously.
that guy. But it's cool because, like, listen, like, I'm not trying to get these things to be sold out. I do think it's a really cool gig, like they got going on there. But the way the group, the society, or whatever you want, the culture is growing exponentially. People are getting really involved, really smart people, and like I was playing, I think it's the Tentacle or something. I can't remember what it's called, but it's an old point and click game.
Yeah, Day of the Tentacle. Yeah.
Yeah, Day of the Tentacle, and it's much like the Secret of Monkey Island and stuff.
It's the same, literally the same people. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell, and they're fun games, dude. And Sam and Max is on there, which I've played all the other ones and I beat them and I loved them on the PlayStation 3. But the point and click games because they designed it to be able to work with RE351V. So like it's very easy of access, it's very easy to use. But also they put it in the ability to just download games directly.
Yeah, you can go
from
download
the
ROMs.
interface. From the interface. No,
Really?
I'm saying like yes. So like you have to connect it to the Wi-Fi, which on Arc OS is located, but you can scan for new games with Scrim VM, and then you can automatically download them. But
Cool.
like the AIR report, see, I didn't know what I was looking at when I first went in. I just clicked on it and I was like, "What is this?" And it won't work again. But I downloaded Diablo, and I was like, "Oh, this is like how cool!" And it took about 20 minutes. Just sitting there on Wi-Fi, and then it downloaded because they're not huge games, you know.
No.
So it's just cool. It's really neat, and the ability to have that mobile, not to mention over 1,000 Game Boy games, you know, which obviously I own all these games that I'm playing on here because that's how it works. But like, you know, it's a really cool experience to just say, imagine having 15,000 games in your pocket, which most of them you'll never play, but it's cool to have that access. And like you get all the old arcade games. You know, I don't want to ramble on and on about it, but it's just so much fun.
If you're somebody that's like into video game history, like it's a great way to, you can go back to like some of the earliest consoles, and you can watch how video games have developed over the years by checking out and playing some of the games. You can go in sequential order too. It's cool. Like it's a neat thing to have. I mean, these things have been available, like, you know, on my PC over the years. I have had emulators. Like but I'm not gonna lie. Like having it handheld actually makes me play them.
And then also pre-ported.
Yeah,
you know?
And I would have them on my PC. I've had some of this shit for years, but like I never really got into them because I didn't want to like sit at a PC and play them, or play them with a keyboard and a mouse or whatever. So it's been cool to go back and play some stuff. I mean, I've been playing Metal Gear Solid, the PS1 game, replaying that. I haven't played that.
And it runs really well. Does it run really well on there?
I mean, there's a little bit of slowdown, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No.
And like, have you connected yours to the internet yet? They just came out with a new update for Arc OS.
No, I haven't. I couldn't get it to find my Wi-Fi at first, but I think
I can walk you through it.
Yeah, I need to troubleshoot it. But
you guys are bums, dude. You guys are bums.
Honestly,
it's called the internet. Dude.
I've been so busy the past couple weeks. I just haven't had a chance to do anything. Like it's.
Don't lie to me, Sean. You got 5 minutes to look it up.
I'm in the hole. I got 2 videos to edit. I'm fucking drowning here. Foster finally went back to goddamn school, so I got time now.
I heard I was very popular. I was on the talks.
Yeah, he talked to his teachers about you.
What can I say? I hope it's all good. I told Sarah. She told me that I was like, so you know, starting the legend. You know, the cult legend. It will start there with the youngins, and then when they're about like 35, I'll be like 70, or whatever. And it'll be perfect. And I'll just like,
telling stories of Uncle Dan playing Tetris until the.
I'll be the new Jordan Peterson. I'll be the new Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, there you go.
Have you ever heard of Young, dude? That's what I'll say. Have you ever heard of Young?
Ever heard of Carl Jung?
Let me introduce you how we changed the world into anarchy.
What do you think about the shadow self? You ever think of yourself in the third person as a malevolent spirit or whatever?
Actually, question posed to everybody, including the chat. You know, so you know that we don't have one right now, but in the comments, have you guys been noticing any shortages in your area? I'm just curious. Like in the stores, have you seen much?
I have, a little bit. Mostly, I've noticed everything is $1 more expensive. That's really what I've noticed the most.
Yeah, I've noticed the pricing.
Other than shortages, I mean, just by happenstance, I just haven't had to do a ton of grocery shopping lately, so I haven't really seen. But
and I don't actually go grocery shopping, but Maritza said that there were Aldi's was having some shortages.
Well, I mean, you're lucky because Florida's ports have been open pretty much for a while. So, like,
the only thing I've really know, and she said it hasn't been too bad, but the prices have gone up.
Yeah, everything's $1 more.
Dude, yeah, man. Like I do not understand how Saki can sit up there and say what she says, like Saki or whatever her fucking name is.
What do you mean, saying that this is a rich people concern or something?
No, that was Ronald Klein. But, like, you know, that was the chief of staff of the president.
No, she also said this. She also made a similar statement. Like, this is a concern of, like, of upper class people or something. You're like, what are you talking? If gas is going up and fucking groceries are going up.
No, that was Peter Ducey read the tweet from Ronald Klein to her, and then she responded to it. But what she did say is that this is because people are buying more than they were previously, so the supply lines are catching up. And
that's what she's
like. And she's like, prices are rising because people are buying. That's what she said.
And I've heard that from a bunch of people saying that, like, okay, well, now that people are out buying stuff, and I was like, how does that square with fucking groceries? Because everybody over the past 2 years, 18 months, however long it's been, definitely we're buying mostly groceries, mostly shit like that. So
the cool thing,
it didn't stop people from the pandemic. Did not stop people from buying like everyday goods.
Yeah, but they may have not been purchasing maybe certain items or whatever.
Maybe,
I don't know.
It's possible.
I mean, like, but the electronics, like everything's trapped offshore. The judge is on leave for like the last couple months or whatever, which is, and like people, I don't really know how to feel about it, honestly. Like, I don't really care that like you're paternal. You want to go, Mike, if you don't know, Pete Buttigieg is a gay man, not the first gay man, as they try to say, that's Richard Grenell to ever serve in the White House as an appointed official. But I digress, which fuck Richard Grenell, because him and Mike Pompeo and Barr, Attorney General Barr, all basically colluded to try to screw over Assange. But Pete Buttigieg adopted, I think it was twins, if I'm not mistaken.
Premature twins, yeah.
But like brand new baby born stuff. Like they were right out of the womb.
Yes.
And then he took 2 months, and he's the transportation secretary, which is basically responsible for this type of our sector. Like, this is a big part of our sector. Transportation includes trains, it includes boats, it includes trucks. And we're having a trucker shortage, and we're having, ships, hundreds of ships across the country, all waterlocked. They can't get on, having to travel back. The cost of a shipping container went from $2,000 to $20,000 to ship from China. So, 10 times the amount. So there's a lot of stuff going on that is affecting this. The gas isn't getting in. There is a real shortage happening.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen in my store, at least personally, was rice is gone. So rice, beans were really low. And I have a considerable amount of rice. I do. If you freeze it, if you freeze rice, it's good for 25 years. If you freeze beans, it's good for about, I think, 18 years, if I'm not mistaken. But it's like, and all the 20-pound, 25-pound bags are gone. Because that's what I usually do, is I grab a 25-pound bag of rice, and then, I have that for my emergency supply. So if I need to give you guys food because you guys didn't prepare, I'll have plenty of rice.
Plenty of rice.
But do you ever eat the rice?
Yes, I do. I buy 10-pound bags, and I use that sparingly over like a month, Just a couple ounces here, a couple ounces there. I have a little rice cooker thing, so you can just measure it out, and then, it takes about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I eat rice all the time.
Yeah, and it's the same, but like if something like rice is hard to come by, that was a little weird. Gas is definitely increasing in price. You're seeing, I don't know if should we be worried? Does it worry you? Do you guys feel
because
stress?
We know that the product is out there. It's just hasn't been delivered. So it's kind of like it's a holding pattern. And the criticism for Pete Buttigieg, and this is something that I think is a fair criticism of some of like more of the right-wing pundits and stuff, is that they decided to be snarky people and just like try to dog on him for taking paternity leave. And they made it about paternity leave. And I was like, who cares? The issue is that he's the Secretary of Transportation and he needs to go to work. But they allowed him. They gave him the ammunition, the talking point to talk about like, well, we live in a country where everybody should have, because I think paternity leave is a good thing overall. I think it's a helpful thing if it's possible to do.
Yeah, but you're responsible
if you're in a government, if there's a crisis happening, and you're just like, I'm on paternity leave. That's not a good answer.
Well, there's no.
But so what I'm saying is like, specifically, it was what, Tucker Carlson and Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire.
Jesse B. Waters. Yeah.
And also, I think Steven Crowder jumped into about paternity leave.
Sure.
It's just like, why make it about that? That's not really. Well, it's just about like you not being a responsible public
What were
servant.
they saying about it? What did they disagree about it?
That it's for pussies.
I'm sure they would want it.
No, I think.
What did they say?
I personally feel like that's being read wrong. That's just me. I feel like maybe you're reading that wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, and like that thread is definitely there. Like, you know, I think it's more about the fact that I've heard, and you know, like you didn't actually have the kid. Like that's what paternity leave is supposed to be there, so you can assist the mother come back into healing and adapt, and then you know, like that's what that's what I heard when I was hearing people talk about.
But when
you
do like the cheap pot shots of like, oh, I'm sure your body needs to heal, and oh, I'm sure you need to breastfeed your kid, you're like, okay, you're obfuscating the actual point, which is that he is a public servant, and there is a crisis right now that specifically deals with his position. Like, you need to go to work. You need to get on a Zoom call. You need to do something. Like, this is
there's no evidence to say to the contrary that he hasn't been doing
No, I don't know. I don't know that. Exactly. But the way they went about it allowed him to go on television and play victim and martyr for paternity leave, which is like, I thought it was just like, it was a counterproductive thing. It's like shooting yourself in the foot, because the salient point is that, like, no, you are not like an average person with a job. That's not what you are. The Secretary of Transportation for the United States, and there is a crisis going on specifically dealing with your job. Like, that means you got to go to work. You're not like everybody else. You're not like a dude that works at a grocery store or works at a desk job or something that is able to take paternity leave. I think, paternity leave is a good thing if a company can do it, can offer it, for sure. What could anybody say is like bad about like supporting your recovering wife, and also like taking that time to bond with your kid and stuff, which is another thing. So they came into they started making semantic arguments about like when you bond with a child, you're like, this is so not the point. But anyway.
But why would they criticize fraternity leave, like the right?
Because it was it was a cheap way to attack Pete Buttigieg when they already had plenty to go after him for.
Yeah.
Just him being negligent to his duty, his job.
I thought the paternity leave was. I just kind of felt like the paternity leave part wasn't the main point, though. I think that's what the left, Twitter and like CNN and everybody grabbed onto. Sure. But the main point was that he was not present during his job. He didn't tell the White House he was taking paternity leave, allegedly. I don't know if that's been confirmed or denied or whatever. Dude. No, I
get like 3 months?
2 months.
2 months. 2 months. 2 months. Federal workers get 2 months for paternity. Women get 3, I think. If you're a woman. The idea of paternity or maternity leave, I don't think it's bad. And I don't think anyone would say that. I think it's just, like you said, cheap shots. Slightly, but at the same time, the whole point of paternity leave is to assist the spouse.
No, I know, but how old are these little kids that he's adopting?
These are babies. They are babies.
They're newborns.
Like, there is no doubt. But they're all
so they're gonna need.
Hold on. Please let me finish. But he's also a millionaire, okay, that can hire help, can do all the stuff that they need to do. And I'm not, and like when the crisis comes around.
I know, but it's okay. I understand about the crisis thing.
You don't have rights when you work in government. You don't have rights.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like you don't have to make it about the function of paternity leave. You just focus on negligence of duty. And they gave those people the bullets to load that gun, and you're just like, why? Like,
I don't know. I don't think it was. I don't think people. I know Pete Buttigieg maybe says something about it, but I don't think real people care. They're like, we have a trans.
Matt Walsh trends every other week.
Yeah, Matt Walsh.
Because he's a. Well,
but he's trolling. He's intentionally trying to do that. So I don't think that's even like comparable to something like Tucker Carlson. I think the idea though that they're trolling Pete Buttigieg.
No, Tucker Carlson was being snarky. I mean, he was making jokes.
Yeah. Right, that's my point though. It's like it's doing it in a jokish fashion, not in a literal.
Yeah, but it's
like mean, like trying to poke. Like it is a gotcha.
It is 100% trying to be mean spirited. Come on.
Yeah, but that's what all mean. They're entertainers. Like, I don't know why people would think.
No, I don't disagree with that, but we understand how the media and the government have been operating in the past decade, 20 years. That if you are like a part of a side of something or whatever bullshit, like you are giving people kind of ammunition to dismiss your legitimate concerns. You have legitimate concerns about why somebody's not doing their job in government, and then it gets obfuscated because it becomes a fucking argument about whether or not men deserve paternity leave, and you're like,
Sean,
who cares?
Sean, our entire political environment over the last 5 years has been culture war issues. So both sides are doing it for sure.
So you got to pick your battles, dude. You can't just reflexively be negative about anything somebody on the other side does about something.
I'm not saying that's right or not. I'm just saying that's why the media trust is so low. That's why, and it's good. I'm happy they're doing this. I say keep digging your own grave. Stop being serious, and you will dig your own grave. Like this is good.
Well, I know, but when you have the media apparatus leaning to one side in the culture war, it is not good to give them unnecessary ammunition to dismiss your legitimate.
People aren't watching, Sean.
It's not about. I'm talking about online. I'm talking about what was being said in the media. I just so happen to just see this stuff because I'm not as plugged in as I used to be. But I noticed this, and then I saw all of the TV spots, and I saw the arguments, I saw all the things that were happening, and it just became about paternity leave. I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck about paternity leave right now? What do you guys do? Like, you're not even addressing the central concern about having a fucking shortage in the United States because ships and cargo, all the cargo and everything is not being delivered. Like, that's the fucking issue. So, just do that.
If there wasn't crisis, are you in agreement that he should get paternity leave?
If he can, sure, go fuck it. Why not?
No problem with someone taking paternity leave. I don't think anyone really has a problem. I think they're just digging at him because no one actually had the baby that's involved in their life, which is, whatever.
Yeah, but if they're newborn babies, I mean, it's still a ton of work.
Yeah, but the point of maternity leave, before there was paternity leave, because that's a relatively new thing, relatively in the sense.
In the United States.
Probably in the United States, is so that the mother can heal her body and adapt to having a child.
No, we all understand.
But hold on, I'm not like, please let me finish.
Okay.
But I think, when women entered the workforce, right? This is the problem. This is why women shouldn't work. I'm kidding. God, slightly. But this is the problem though. Like, so women were allowed to enter the workforce, so we had to accommodate them, which I have no problem with that, right? We don't have a problem with it. But now fathers want a part of the pie. Fine. Okay. But that comes with costs, that comes with consequences. So like Pete Buttigieg has the right, just like everybody else, to do it. But to say that I think the criticism is somewhat warranted, I think. Like saying like, dude, you are the transportation secretary.
That's the salient.
In this situation.
That is the main criticism. That is the main broader topic. But the pop shots is what Sean is saying is the regular
it's a distraction.
Corporate press. It's the distraction. But it doesn't matter because at least it's being covered. Well, so like if they didn't take the pop shots,
but if you allow him to win because you took pot shots,
he doesn't
obfuscate the point. Now people,
Sean,
what I'm saying is, dude. But now people focus on paternity leave rather than fucking the shipment container crisis.
Every single time someone goes to the store and they have to pay more for groceries, pay more for gas, pay more for a TV, pay more for goods, they know, they feel it.
Yeah, but
they don't care. They don't care about the CNN has such low ratings and such low viewership. It just doesn't matter.
Who cares about that stuff, dude? Like it's
like that's my point.
No, but what I'm saying is like, yeah, people feel that, but it's also good to have a media apparatus, no matter what side of the aisle, focused on the issue and honing in on who is responsible.
They would have ignored it.
Now it doesn't matter. That other
yes, it would.
Well, no, the right side of it. They didn't have to. They didn't ignore it, and they're not going to ignore it. So let them do their work and do it in a way that is like productive and does not allow the other side that has the majority control over
I understand what you're
the
saying
information people
I
have.
get it.
Don't allow them to usurp that. Like now, it's, it's a social issue all of a sudden. It's like, no, it's not a social issue. This is your fucking job, dude. Like, this is what you're a transportation secretary.
I don't know. I guess I just didn't look into it that hard, but I did not see that same type of reaction. I saw, Matt Walsh. I saw the, Tucker Carlson segment, giving a couple of pop shots. I saw Pete Buttigieg go on CNN I think it was Anderson Cooper or whatever.
It was one of those shows, yeah.
It was whatever. And like, I saw it and I was like, to me, he barely talked about it. So like, I didn't really see him sit there and talk about paternity leave. He brought it up, but like, he was like, listen, like, I think paternity leave should be a right for parents, like for everybody. Like, I think paternal, maternal, whatever. And then it was over because Anderson Cooper basically said, well, if I remember correctly, something to the effect, well, look at them like gay bashing you or something, like, and he's like,
because there's a subtext of that.
Sure, it could be subtext, or it could be that, like, maybe. I don't know, but that's what the left would assume, that is gay bashing. But at the end of the day, does it matter if he's gay or not? I don't think most people look at that issue and make it into a gay issue. You have your people that are ideologues. Like, I don't know. I guess we can just agree to disagree. I just don't think it was that big of a deal. I personally thought.
No, I'm not sure if it's like a giant deal. Like, I don't know if it's a giant deal. I don't know that. Like, but I don't even understand like just even giving people that out when they don't need to. When you don't need to. Like, that's all. You said, it's to me it's a strategic thing, an optics thing, whatever you want to call it. I'm in it to win it. Like, I want to hold people accountable. And I don't want to give them any reason to be dismissive.
But who's going to hold them accountable?
Who's going to hold people? But people have to be informed in a way that like corresponds to reality. So if you start making it about something where it's not really about, then
but you have to start fighting on the same terms that the left use. Like, you have to use the culture war. You can't just be principled all the time.
Yeah, but that's a losing battle on the culture war to say that paternity leave is for pussies. Like,
not necessarily. There's plenty of people that probably think that way. I don't know. I don't think it was him saying that you're pussies. I think saying like 2 months and you have a crisis going on and you're still on paternity leave.
People were talking about this is with the larger conversation that happened, and I guess I think this was Matt Walsh, and maybe this is where Steven Crowder jumped in, was about like, fathers don't even really bond with their kids during this early stages, so they're supposed to bond with the mother, so why even be around? Like,
sure.
That's like, I'm just trying to win a conversation, not like making any rational sense. And
where are they even getting that from?
Unless there's evidence to back it up.
Differently.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I've heard things differently about bonding with your child.
Yeah, so have I. Like, it's actually pretty apparent once you experience it too, and the people that were talking about it have experienced it, which was weird. But
maybe in their experience it was different.
Well, I've even read things about when you bond with your child and stuff.
I think
from the moment,
where are they even getting this information
from the moment you're born? Like, you imprint on your kids as being like some of the first people they
I know.
see,
so why would they say that?
That's why they think skin touching is important. Even if you're a dad, it's like, let them lay on your chest, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, naked,
in the nude.
But why would these people say this? Like,
just to win.
That guy really aggravates me. What's his name?
Matt Walsh?
No, the other one.
Steven
Crowder.
I'm
sorry, man. Like, he's just like, I don't know why these people got to be like that sometimes. I'm saying stupid things.
They're fighting this, like Dan said, it's a culture war thing, and they're trying to fight on the same terms as that everybody else is fighting on. Like, you can't play a game by different rules if nobody is playing that game by those rules. So
I know, but why say something that stupid?
I don't know. I thought it was weird. I thought it was an unnecessary distraction from a real issue and a real opportunity to call somebody out.
I didn't see the comments. I didn't see the comments, so I don't know. But I can tell you, honestly, who cares? I guess, to me, I just go, yeah, this guy has an opinion, and then CNN has an opinion, and I just don't think enough people are listening and or watching the mainstream media. And yes, stuff gets spread around on the internet, absolutely, Facebook and the like, Twitter and such. But I just don't think that at this point they're really not persuading anybody as much as they say. Now, the ideologues, Michael Schellenberger, I think his name is. I think that's his name. He was on Jordan Peterson today. He was on Joe Rogan just recently. He's got a new book coming out. It's called San Francisco. And he just put out a book on climate alarmism. And basically how it is like a religion. And it's very much the same thing with the LGBTQ stuff, BLM. It's very religious-like. Mm-hmm. And the way they operate, their apparatus, MO, modus operandi.
Modus operandi.
Modus operandi. The MO, these pretty much our religions. And, if you were a serious climate activist, you would obviously be okay with fracking. You'd be okay with nuclear energy, right? And him and Jordan Peterson get into it. They start talking, and it's a really good conversation. And Schellenberger grew up lefty, George Soros funded activist groups, all that stuff. And he's talked about how bad it's gotten and how, and so the ideologues, the people that think that we are in a good economy now, it's 70% of people that voted for Joe Biden think we're in a good economy. The Democrats do. 88% of independents think that we're in a bad economy. Bad to fairly bad to really bad. And
so what makes it bad or good? Why is it bad?
Well, just cost of goods, your electricity bills, your gas bills, all your bills are going up because the inflation is causing things to expand. So our money supply is expanding, but your pay is staying stagnant. So if you're not going to make a 5.4% pay increase this year, you're losing money compared to last year just to live, period. Just to live. Just to exist. Because no way every business in America is going to increase their profit, or your salary or your pay by 5.4% over the year. So this is really hitting people's pockets, and it's not good for the Democrats, as they would say, or Republicans. There's rumors Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi might step down coming up soon. Then by after the midterms. There's a lot of stuff going on politically, but to say that the people that watch CNN have already made up their minds and no one is watching CNN and going there to discover, that's not what people who watch CNN.
I went to CNN to discover, and I discovered that they're a bunch of idiots.
Yes,
just like exactly. When I go to Fox. But even when I go to Fox, sometimes people on Fox are yeah,
they're too much.
They're so one way. It's why are you guys acting like
But I don't
this?
think anybody goes to anything most of the time to have a sense of discovery. I don't think anybody really does. Most people don't. I mean, there's probably a small minority of people that do, but
I think Tucker Carlson probably has his pulse the closest to the populist movement that's been rising in America. We will win. I am very confident. I recommend you go listen to Michael Malice with Glenn Beck. Amazing interview. It's actually really fun interview. It's a great interview. Glenn Beck is flabbergasted by Michael, but they're both historians, and it's an interesting conversation. And I think it really gives you because this problem that we've had has been going on for about 100 years since Woodrow Wilson. And you should really listen to it. It gives you a good snapshot what's going on.
I mean, people like to take the piss out of Glenn Beck, but he's a very well-read person. He really does know the history of the United States inside and out. It's pretty impressive. And so
does Michael Malice, which is interesting.
So does Michael Malice, but they just have a different prism by which they view these things and the events and what the fallout of them is. Not entirely different, obviously, because I think they share a libertarian perspective on things for sure.
Did you see the Libertarian Conference? What happened? Did you just see the Tom Woods with the guy getting drunk? Did you see that?
No.
When Michael Malice is up there?
I didn't see that, no.
Go look up the clip sometime. It's pretty funny. But Michael Malice is a historian, but I would say they agree on 95% of the things that
I think Michael's bringing up. But don't you think a lot of people agree on the problems? It's always the prescription. It's always how do we get out of this? How do we resolve it?
Well, it's definitely not more government. It's definitely not more government.
I'm not saying. Yeah. I'm not putting forth anything. I'm saying I think most people in the United States, when you're just talking to people, like you're just like hanging out, chatting, everybody kind of agrees on what they think the problems are. It's just always the matter of like, well, what is going to solve this problem? There are some people that are, for whatever reason, hyper aggressively critical of government, but then at the same time want the government to come and solve every ill. And you're just like, well, why would I don't understand? This is like a cognitive dissonance. I spent last or a weekend or so ago talking to somebody that who's a good friend of mine, and we just disagree on certain things, and I would just kind of be at a loss for words, because you're like, well, I can't really, there's no rational way for me to approach you, like, because you always go to this well. So you do the best you can and try to break it down the best you can. But it's tough. It's tough, man.
I mean,
the best thing you can hope for is that you can have civil conversations with people that disagree with you. Like, that's really the best you can hope for sometimes. And hopefully that, like, if you come at it in good faith, positive attitude, that you'll get that in return. And a lot of times you do. But that's the best you can hope for.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're also friends with the guy, so.
Did you guys watch the Joe Rogan podcast with the CNN doctor?
Yes. I think I listened to probably 90% of it. You know, I think I stopped because I got home. I was listening to it on the way home.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, and Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Yeah, Sanjay, that's it. Yeah.
Fucking, Joe Rogan barely pushes on him. Like, not hard. He's not yelling at the guy. He's just like, what do you like? And the way if you guys haven't watched the clip, go watch it. There's a 3-minute or 2 or 3 minute clip with Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Joe Rogan, and I'm sure everyone's seen it. It blew up. It went viral, and basically got Sanjay Gupta to at least acknowledge that CNN should have not said that Joe Rogan took horse dewormer. And then what does Sanjay Gupta do? The night that it explodes, he goes on Don Lemon. And, basically goes, I own, and then he put out that article where he's like, I own Joe Rogan.
Oh, no, but he didn't even.
How would he do all that?
No, but he also said that he was like afraid that Joe Rogan was going to jump across the table and strangle him, which is, it's a little hyperbole flourish, I suppose. But like, it was like the interview was like, it was what it was. It was fine. And, he catches him on, like, the most basic shit where you're like, how are you not prepared to, like, answer any of that?
Or with the vaccines and kids.
Oh,
like, that one.
But the guy, ridiculous. Sanjay Gupta, they're talking about the vaccines and kids, and they're saying that, parents feel the same way that you feel in terms
about being vaccinated. Yeah.
You say you're double vaccinated, you feel very safe. You're going to go out and live your life. Most parents feel the same way about their kids because statistically, you're still more likely to get sick and die of COVID than a 6-year-old kid. And he could not put the pieces together. Like, he was he literally said, are you telling me to get a booster?
No, but Sean.
What?
That is because he just didn't want to say it because he works for CNN. I really think that was him just trying to say it.
No, but the more interesting thing was after it came out, after those 2 clips went viral, that they immediately went into his handlers basically at CNN to do some cleanup for him. Yeah, Don Lemon walk him through a conversation. Don Lemon had to walk him like a child holding his hand through a conversation. Be like, you didn't really mean this, did you, Sanjay? Did you?
Yeah, Dr. Gupta? Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I wasn't prepared. I've never had a 3-hour conversation before. You're like, holy shit, dude.
And they wouldn't admit that they lied, which was like the funniest part.
Yeah, because they get into semantics. They get into semantics. It's just did you like paternity leave. It's like semantics.
Did you watch the supercut version of the interview? Did you see the 2-minute supercut? Like someone of the interview itself?
No.
It shows like Michael Scott going no, or something like that, and it's like all like in his head, and like Joe Rogan's just like beating him up. It's like a Rocky movie.
He also didn't have a good point about having natural immunity.
Oh,
Joe Rogan's like, no, why would I get vaccinated when I have natural immunity? And the guy's like, well, yeah, he couldn't give him like a good explanation of why to get vaccinated.
Because they are a part of the fucking government. Basically, they're a wing of the government. They're a propaganda wing of the government, and the government says get vaccinated no matter what. Doesn't matter if you've been sick 3 times. They don't care.
Well, do you see the new stuff that's coming out now? So the FDA just approved that you can mix vaccines.
Yeah, I know.
And then the FDA.
What was it?
You mean you can mix a Johnson & Johnson with the Pfizer?
With a Moderna or Pfizer or whatever, yeah.
Which was a big no-no like 6 months ago. So.
Well, and like maybe there's evidence now, right? I guess. I mean, who knows? But
who the fuck mixed them?
Someone was fucking around, I guess. Some guy, some person was like, "All right, we got one guy. One guy did it, and he's okay, so we're gonna do it." And dude, like, listen, we can't even talk about it on here, unfortunately, because of the D-bags that run this fucking website. But like the original studies, like, dude, people are questioning them pretty hard now. Like, this is pretty bad. It doesn't look great. Like, as far as like the guy, like it was, I believe it was Project Veritas got a guy on tape saying like, yeah, those weren't done right. Oh, that's not how you do it. Like, that's not right. He's like, basically.
But the whole thing is like, why can't we just come to like a place where it's like, if you want to, then go for it. But if you don't,
then live like, at your own expense.
Because this has become
I don't understand this.
This has become a political imperative for Joe Biden's administration. It's a political imperative. He feels they are all in on it because this is the only thing they have.
Yeah. That's so it. They can't get their bill done.
They can blame everything. Dude, we're 80% of the people, of adults in the United States, have at least one shot, right? 80%, and they're still towing this fucking line about like, well, it's the unvaccinated people. That's why all these cases are happening, and this is why the hospitals are overflowed, and all this stuff. It's just like, guys, like nobody buys this shit anymore. You've been saying the same thing. More and more people get vaccinated, and nothing changes. We just may have to deal with the fact that this is endemic, and it's going to be the new influenza. We're going to learn to live with it. Some people are going to go get fucking COVID shots every year, just like they get flu shots every year. Some people will do that. Or you could be like me, a fucking Chad, and just get sick all the time.
Well, do you know they're talking about recommending a booster for Johnson & Johnson. So if you got the one, you're going to get the booster?
No.
Why not?
I'm done.
Why?
Because I've said before.
Well, he's got double, dude. He's set.
No,
what happens if your school?
I got the one Johnson & Johnson shot. The reason I did it was perfunctory. It was because I thought I might have to argue about masks in school. Luckily,
I hear you.
I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm very relieved.
Well, that's good. That's good. But
No, I mean you're double protected.
I was just willing.
Well,
that's
what
they say. I don't know if that's true.
No, but now they're saying if you have had it, now you can be boosted. Like, dude, it's just whatever.
No, it's a game.
It's whatever.
It's a rhetorical word salad game where they're just like,
it's beyond a game.
They move the goalpost for no matter what the situation is, no matter the context.
Oh my god!
They just move the goalpost to say yes, you have to get a shot. Like
I have to say this before this episode ends.
What?
Okay, listen. This is embarrassing. What I'm about to say. I've watched the show You on Netflix. Okay, now listen. I know it's a girls show, right? But
you're like a regular Pete Buttigieg over here.
You start. I'm on paternity leave for the last 2 years, dude. Fuck you.
I'm bonded with myself.
Yes. I am a baby. I might as well be at this point. But there's a part in the show in the new season. So this is the 3rd season. Oh, listen. Honestly, the show's not bad. It's actually pretty okay. As the woke stuff, pretty minimal because you're dealing with like a murderer guy, a bad guy, or whatever. It's kind of got like a Dexter vibe, like a little bit like Dexter. If you've ever seen the show Dexter, if you like Dexter, you probably dig this show. But the 3rd season, and I'm not even kidding. I don't know how to take this. So, man, my hands are little fuckers, man. Look at that shit. Oh my god. I have little baby hands.
Baby hands that you've been bonding with.
The black does not make my hands look big at all. Look at this.
Yeah.
My little baby hands. I could rip out your heart. Anyway, but there is a moment where, long story short, a kid gets the measles, right? And it comes out because this guy is like, and you got to remember, this is like in California, and this super wealthy, liberal, like bunch of liberal people. And they're like kooky people, right? And this is the anti-vax, right? And this, because they do slightly bring up COVID. Like, it kind of seems like COVID is over because they don't want people wearing masks for the, the movie or whatever, the show. And this anti-vax dad, he's like, we just don't believe, because he goes to apologize to the parent, one of the parents is basically like, hey, I'm so glad your kid, because in the hospital, he's like, your kid is all right, but like I felt like my wife didn't know how to respond when you talked to her on the phone, because the kid in the hospital, the mother called people to be like, hey, my kid has the measles, like make sure your kids are okay. And it's this weird kooky thing, but obviously like these people are insane, right? Like these are nutty people. The bad guy, the main stars, they're nutty people. Like they're not sane people. So I'm having a hard time trying to like connect it in my head. I'm like, are they taking a shot at anti-vaxxers?
No.
Yes. No, but they are. They are taking a shot. Obviously, the response, you can probably guess what happens slightly. The response is probably not warranted for what happened, but they're crazy, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, this makes liberal people. And like, that's what the one thing that they really are good about in this show, at least, being fair. Like these liberty, like having their gurus and they're all rich and they're all trying to solve the world's problems and fundraisers and, just kind of like that bullshit life, right? It's like not a real life. And they really do show these people as kind of broken, inept, kind of, like the tip, like they're not perfect. They're just like these monsters in a lot of ways. But I saw that scene where this anti-vaxxer is what they called him. Oh, and like, she's like scrolling through New York Times. It's like how to stop anti-vaxxers. And you're like, oh my God, and you're just like, okay, man. Okay. But it's an interesting episode to say the least. And the way it made me feel though watching, I was conflicted because I'm like, hey, at least these motherfuckers are crazy. Like at least they're crazy.
That's unfortunately because they're the protagonists.
It's an antagonist. It's an anti-hero type thing.
No, I know, but
it's not really like a protagonist.
No, a protagonist does not have anything to do with like virtue. It's like, who is the focus of the show?
Well, he's an anti-hero.
They're the protagonists of the show. So you are innately on their side, whether you realize it or not. Whether you realize it or not, like so when you watch Dexter, you're on Dexter's side.
Have you watched the show? Have you watched the show?
I have not. I have the only thing I've seen of you are the clips of Chris D'Elia being a pedophile. Right.
Well, I'll say this much: I don't think they ever frame. Like, of course, you want him to get away because you want the story to continue. That's like the main reason.
Yeah.
But I personally, for me, I never sat there and was like, "You are completely aware as the observer, like this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong."
Did you guys watch?
Dexter has a more moral it's more moral ambiguity.
No, I understand what you mean. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there.
Like this is way different.
What did you guys watch? Breaking Bad?
Yes.
Or The Sopranos?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Or The Shield. Yes. I don't know if you guys ever saw The Shield. It might be a little bit before your time.
He changes.
No, but like what I'm saying is, no, he doesn't. That's the.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
What, Breaking Bad?
Sopranos.
Oh, Sopranos.
I heard he changes. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw something where he said he changes.
That's a good show.
No, but what I'm saying is, but you become accustomed to sympathizing with amoral or immoral people. Like that's just a function of having a protagonist. It's part of the deal. And if you have good writers, they know how to subvert that. They know how to work with that.
Spoiler break, whatever. Just watch out. It's Breaking Bad. I'll give you a second. You can skip. It's only going to be like skip 20 seconds ahead. 3, 2, 1, skip. When Walter kills the dude's girlfriend, like you don't think that's a good thing. Like you're almost horrified. You are making the drugs and doing all that stuff. Like there's always a guy who's like worse than Walter pushing him to do bad things, right?
Yes,
like that's.
I agree with you.
That's the thing. But they're obviously like you never sit there and go like, oh, I'm so glad he schwacked this fucking chick guy's girlfriend.
No, because it's a moment where you're supposed to like come to terms with who Walter is becoming, right? Like that's the function of a scene like that. But
dude, it's so badass at the end of the first season. It's just so badass.
You don't want him to get fucked.
No.
Still,
no, you don't.
Even after he does that, you're like, man, I really hope he gets away from Gus.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. It's sick.
Like, I know, but what I'm saying is, so
writing.
with your reading of being like, well, the anti-vax or the pro-vax people are the crazy serial killers. It's no. The
whole community. The whole community is what I'm saying. It shows the entire liberal, like, lifestyle.
Sure, it's taking the piss out of
like
that. Yeah, I get
the tech people. Like, it's like, I hit big in the in my 20s, and I've never had to work again. And you're like, they're just like losers. In a lot of ways.
What are you talking about?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
and there's a couple of because like
is Jeff Bezos a loser, Dan? I don't think
like
so.
they talk about woke shit, but it's given it from the perspective of like, these people aren't serious people; they're just doing it for clout.
Yeah, well, because
that's
that's a critique of phony woke people. That's not a critique of wokeism. It's a critique of people that use that as a shield or use it to virtue signal for social status. It doesn't.
Yeah, but
it's not actually.
Everyone.
But it's not a critique. It's not actually a critique of the real belief.
Go watch the show and tell me.
I don't know if I got
you
the
got 3
time.
seasons.
Dude.
You got
I don't know
3
if I
seasons.
can do that.
Dog.
That's a lot.
One episode a day. You'll be done in a month.
I just got all the Chucky movies. I got shit to do.
What is woke culture? Like, don't you think that like most people like almost agree with it?
No. I would say.
Well, not the hard line.
What is it?
Not in the hard and the paint stuff, but I mean, some things like social progress. That's how they get people, honestly, because some of what they talk about is so mundanely agreeable as a society that has come as far as we have as Western cultures. You're like, okay, yeah, like just for an example, like women in the workplace, paternity leave. I
don't believe in any of that. No.
Well, I know you don't. No. But what I'm saying is that like most people, like they see those things, they're like, yeah, of course. Like, oh, you talk about like, oh, you want to like make sure
that Koch
that
brothers proposal, Sean.
There's equal adjudication of justice. Like it's fair. Like people agree with the sentiments, but they don't necessarily understand the pathology of the people that push that stuff because it's much darker and much more subversive. So you can catch a lot of flies, with that honey on top. But at the bottom of it is molten lava.
Mike, the people who went after John Gruden were fucking woke. That's woke culture. That's what it is. Like, John Gruden said some shit when he wasn't even working for the NFL in 2011, and like they're like, you need to be done.
In a tertiary,
you can't work.
Because he sent emails to his brother that was part of an investigation that had nothing to do with him. And somehow those are the only emails that got leaked. Oh, wild shit!
Yeah.
Come to find out, he's got problems with the players' union. He's got problems with Goodell.
Yeah,
they hung that dude out to dry, and he
even
just
if
went
they
away.
hung him out to dry, though, you don't think as an employer you would fire that guy?
But he wasn't.
No, the question is like, why did those emails get leaked? Why did they get leaked?
No, I get that. They got leaked because obviously the NFL wanted
they
them gone.
They would have known about this 10 years ago because they monitor employee emails.
I'm not saying it's
operating procedure, but
it's not worthy of being fired or whatever. It's whatever the owner wants to do, I guess, right? Like, okay, like if the guy disagrees with that, fine. I think it's the broader thing when you see Randy Moss talking about, we're slipping backwards, man. We're fucking wrong.
You see entire panels of ESPN pundits crying.
While Kyrie Irving is lambasted and like shit on by Avery.
Oh my god! I was watching Kyrie Irving's getting fucking just torn to shreds by anybody that has a platform. But like I was watching the Ravens game, that Monday night Ravens game with my in-laws, and they stopped in the middle of the game, like in the middle of a play, to announce that Gruden had resigned. And the guy who was saying it looked like he was going to fucking burst into tears because of the horrible atrocities of what Gruden said in his emails, which circa 2010, 2011, not a big deal.
Well, they went all the way up to 2018. Well, the emails did go all the way up to 2018.
Yeah, because he was talking about Colin Kaepernick and which is the same opinion that Ruth Bader Ginsburg RGB had about.
But if you got that as an owner of $1 billion company and this guy's running your company, it's not a good look for you. I would have fired him.
No, I don't think anyone is really like deliberating. Like, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have been fired for that, whatever. But I think Sean brings up a good point. Like, what was the motive of just releasing his emails? Is that like a shot at him?
Do you think
that was the NFL? That's why.
Yeah, but the
NFL...
Michael, do you think there was no other compromising emails that they found during that investigation?
No, well, that's why I know. But there's that's
culture,
why the
dude.
union. I know, but the union
went after him because he had problems with them.
Well, no, the union, the NFL player union, is going after the NFL and want all the emails to be public record.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is,
you guys got to stop supporting the NFL. It's gone completely insane.
I know. I don't give them money. I'll tell you that much. But there's
completely insane.
There is
no. What do you mean? But they want them all to be public.
No.
That would be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that would be a good thing at all. No, listen.
What you say in private, because these are private conversations, Michael. Would you like somebody to record you in your fucking house and then like release that to the public?
No,
because
I know, but these are sent to NFL teams.
No, it was not sent to NFL teams. It was sent.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was on an NFL. These were. This was a guy, Bruce Allen, worked for the Washington Redskins. It was sent to his.
Yes. Okay.
It was sent to his work.
So do you think people have no right to privacy because they use a work email?
Listen.
What?
Well, if you were having a work email, then there's an investigation going on into it.
Okay, hold on. Listen. The idea...
If it's your personal email, that's way different.
It was his personal email that he sent.
It was John Gruden's, but
yes, but listen, Michael, there is an expectation of privacy. He could legitimately sue and like probably win. According to Robert Barnes, he's like, yeah, it's a huge First Amendment issue. The idea that the NFL is not a, I know they take state funding and to build like, certain like stadiums and such, and whatever, right?
Almost
at least
every stadium.
Yeah, I think every single one has been, but I think it's in conjunction with the owner, not the NFL. Like, so that's with those people that own the teams and there's land. It's a very complicated thing, I'm sure. I'm not saying I'm romantically involved and know much about it. But under the idea, because this had never happened before, where emails were leaked from the NFL that I'm aware of. I've never heard of any of it before.
No, I never heard of this either.
But listen, there's a reason why it was leaked, okay? And
I know
not
that.
Published. Now hold on. There is literal legal concerns that could, if they decided to publish private correspondence. It doesn't matter. It's private correspondence.
Okay, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. If you're the owner of the Washington Redskins, let's say.
Yes.
That's your business. Do you have the right to publish those if they were sent to someone's work email?
I do not believe so. There is still an expectation of privacy, and why would hold on, there may be a legit argument for like if a private organization wanted to publish and defame their own organization, like I guess. John
Gruden's emails are outside of the scope of the investigation that was happening. The investigation was to do with like racism and abuse in the Washington
on the owner
football team, whatever they're called. So he just got caught up in that, and they leaked, like Dan said, they leaked them because you can't publish them. So somebody leaked them to the press. And it was a targeted attack. I don't know John Gruden. He could be a piece of shit. He could be racist, sexist.
Okay.
I have no idea. But on principle, on fucking principle, to do that to a person is fucking wrong. It's wrong.
Okay. But let's do it very simply, Mike. Listen. Sean, let's say Sean is the owner of ZooBox, right? Even though we all equally share, whatever. But like Sean's the owner of ZooBox. Sean is being investigated, right? And I leave ZooBox or whatever. But they decide to go back to, let's say it's 10 years from now this happens because ZooBox is massive. We're going to make it and everything. And then they start reading our private messages on WhatsApp. And we make off-color jokes. We joke around. We send, like stupid memes, this, that, or the other. You would be comfortable with those messages being released to the public. You would be okay if someone stole or we were being investigated and you're not even in the organization anymore or in the period, you would be comfortable with people publishing it. You would be okay if Sean published all of this on there. I don't think you would be, and I wouldn't be either. because it's private.
I would be, because I haven't done anything too bad.
No, listen, but it's
on the principle. It's principle, Michael.
It's not principle.
No, I understand that.
But what I'm saying is, when you are talking to your friend,
okay,
and you're sending emails.
Here's the question. Okay, here's the question.
You're going to make
the
jokes.
NFL, you find this. Are you obligated to tell the Raiders owner?
No.
I don't know. It's outside the purview of the investigation. That's why it doesn't have any. I mean, whatever John Gruden said, he was not involved with the organization. So why would it matter?
Does John Gruden do his job? Does he do his job?
Well, hold
That's
on.
why you fire somebody.
But let's say John Gruden worked for the organization, and then the NFL found these emails. They would definitely bring it to them because it's an investigation. They're doing a report. They're going to have a report at the end. These are the emails we found in your system. Those could be public. Those could be public from the investigation standpoint. But since John Gruden was the one making the comments, it's kind of like when they're, if we're going to be in the system.
Well, they don't know who leaked them.
Yes, they do. They know. They know.
Well, they could be the Raiders.
It could be. And it could be many things. But they still listen. There is a reason
they gave them to the Raiders before they were leaked.
Michael, there is a reason John Gruden didn't sue.
I understand there's a reason about it. I understand somebody leaked them. I understand they didn't want them anymore.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point because you're not listening. The reason
I've been listening to you for the last 20 minutes.
I'm trying to explain the reason why. Now I can't remember my point. Oh, fuck.
No, I mean, what the reason why? What John Gruden?
No, the reason why John Gruden was he got a severance package, because they owed him $60 million.
Yeah.
So he got that's why he didn't sue.
Yeah, because he's going to go home and sit on his $60 million. They have to pay him out.
Or whatever I
think they have to pay him out of his contract. Yeah.
And it's probably 50% or something. They probably don't have to owe all of it, but they probably owe him a good portion of it. That's why John Gruden didn't make a big stink about it.
Well, because he didn't do anything while with the Raiders, so the Raiders actually had no cause to fire him. It's like he's doing it because of optics, and he's saying well, I don't want this to be a distraction to the team, etc. But he gets to go and take his severance pay and go away.
And that they're paying him to go away. And the idea is that fair to John Gruden? Honestly, I don't give two shits, that much about it. But it's football. It's sad. It sucks that John Gruden said some off-color jokes, but he did not. The Michelin tire thing about the African American dude's lips or whatever, off-color jokes. He talked shit about Colin Kaepernick. And did this.
There was way more alarming things than that about sending naked pictures of cheerleaders.
Oh yeah,
come on, Dan. That's that's personal privacy. You can't be doing that.
Well, hold on. There's emails of him sharing nude photographs of cheerleaders.
Yeah, but professional photos, from what I understood, they weren't
So they were they did calendar.
They were Playboy or whatever.
Okay.
As far as I understand,
are they public? If they're there for public consumption and they're just out there and you send a picture,
I don't know if
they're
there for public consumption.
Some beautiful pog.
No, but at the end of the day, that is obviously. I don't know how serious that is because the cheerleaders complained about it or whatever, but that wasn't really the story. It was using the word faggot and stuff.
Yes.
That was the main thing. And then talking about the Michelin tire lips, which John Gruden came out and said that is rubber lips means you got loose lips.
You're a liar.
Or whatever.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Because he had a contentious relationship with the person that he made the comment about.
And then he didn't like Goodell. Listen, at the end of the day, if you
called Roger Goodell a pussy faggot or something.
Yeah, and then he called Joe Biden a clueless pussy or whatever.
Yeah.
Listen.
Straight Chad moves.
But if you really would be okay with your private emails, I don't see how that's okay.
No, but they're not private, but if they're on a work email.
No.
So you're okay. You would be okay with the government taking your emails.
It's not the government. It wasn't the government.
Why?
Mike,
this is the difference without a distinction, dude.
People still have rights.
I know, but if it's on a work email,
why do you?
No, on a work email.
No.
Yeah.
No, Mike.
What do you mean? Yeah. When you're on a work email, you're expected to be professional.
Yeah,
you're not expected to be doing.
Hold on, I thought he did not send
He
these
was
from
not
work
on a
email.
work email.
He was not.
But he was sending to the. But to the person on a work email.
So you just give up your rights because the person receiving it is on their work email?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is,
that's what you just
if they're
said.
investigating. No, I'm saying that if they're investigating the person, because Bruce Allen was also in these emails sending them back and forth.
Sure.
Bruce Allen was also
okay. So Bruce Allen should be the one that
anymore.
should be the one that has to suffer for it, not the other person.
Well, no, but the idea,
somebody leaked.
And this was obviously like a quote unquote
Mike,
political targeting of John Gruden. Like I said, he could be an awful person. I have no idea.
But I don't think they should publish all the emails, all 600,000 emails. You think people should be able to go read them?
If they're on work emails, yeah.
I don't. No, I don't at all.
I don't know, man. I mean, but then again, that's what the NFL Players Union wants. That's an argument. But like the NFL would be sued so fucking fast if they did that. Do you know how fast they would be sued, man? It would be fucking insane. Do you know how much probably shady shit Jerry Jones or whatever his fucking name is, like all these fucking dudes have been in the league and with email for a long time, and then they started consolidating them. That's just one NFL team.
So,
like, dude,
if you work for the government, you have a government email.
Yeah.
You're telling me that they can't look at it?
No. Even in the military, you still have expectation of privacy. So, like, obviously, if I get reported, someone leaks my email to the commander or whatever. Now, these are obviously going to be highly vetted stuff. Like if you have classifications on there, whatever, but people send off colored stuff all the time in government emails. You should have an expectation of less privacy because you're constantly being watched by the government, sure. But they can't, like, for example, OSI just can't go, that's like the FBI and the Air Force. They can't just open your emails. They need a warrant. They have to go through like some sort of judicious legal process to do it. They can't just do that.
Well, this is the whole thing.
But that's what they were doing. Whoever leaked them wasn't right, but they were doing
I understand, but you're advocating for every single other person to have their shit, not like basically just be exposed with like no due cause. You think that's okay? Like I disagree. We can disagree on that, but I would say that's a huge problem. That's like you being investigated at like the old company you worked for, and you and this guy who are buddies, like you just didn't think anything of it. You sent a funny picture, you sent a joke, you sent a nude.
Yeah, I get it.
It's just like John Gruden wasn't even working at the NFL.
Yeah,
and
then 10 years later, you're forced to resign whatever position you have now.
Well, no, listen, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me. I think it sucks, but I'm talking about legal stuff, like the actual. Like, why would you want them to release those emails? Do you know how many people are fucking... Because right now, the NFL has a weapon pointed at everybody. And they're just like,
I know, so that's one of the reasons why you'd want them released. Because if they're just going to keep on leaking these down the road and taking people out as you want, that's not fair to the people either if you, piss them off.
I guess if you're looking at it as in the scenario of, like, well, they've weaponized this now and they will destroy people by their own...
That's the argument I've heard from why people want them released.
I don't know if
that's not,
I don't. I think
that's not bad. It's not bad.
But
it's
I think
not terrible.
I also think people are just looking for chum, dude. They're looking for reasons to be mad at people and get people fired, and because that's power. It's powerful. People are intoxicated.
Well, it's also
by
power the other way too, because if you have somebody on something and something comes up with like a vote or whatever, you can put them in a corner.
Mike, it is never good to give more power to these organizations. You're taking it away from the player. How many players have like sent dumb shit? Why can't the NFL read their text messages?
Well, here's the thing. Like the John Gruden thing. It's like this is not even a legal matter. Like it's not. It's extra.
Well, it is illegal.
Well, it's extra. Well, it could be if he wants to sue, but it's extra. As far as the NFL is concerned, this is extrajudicial. They're just going through doing their own internal investigations, et cetera, and I don't know. Like, I don't even. What are they hoping to get out of this? Like, what is even their end game other than like just being woke scolds and trying to find people that were mean to people? Like, you're like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, I think that's fair as an organization.
I
You have
think
the
it's
right to investigate yourself a little bit, like investigate your employees. The
I
teams.
should do it. It should be me.
Yes.
They need a third party. They need Zoobox to come in there. We need to read all of these emails. We need to figure out what is worth.
I think this wasn't this a third party investigation?
I don't think so.
I have no idea if it was third
party.
No,
it's the NFL is doing the investigation on a team.
It might have hired out a third.
It's kind of
party
like it's kind of like well, isn't it the same process as like Deflategate, all that shit, where the NFL is the one investigating?
No, yeah,
the team
I thought on this one. I thought when they started this one, they did it differently.
Do you think Tom Brady should have?
Do
you think Tom Brady should have threw away that cell phone or whatever he did? Do you think he had a right to do that to hide his private messages?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well then.
No, I get that, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so what if you're like one of these guys, you sent emails and you know it, and now you can't vote on something at like a meeting. If they want something to go their way, they're going to say, hey, we have this on you now.
Well, that's
basically we have you by the nuts.
If that happens, that's blackmail, and then you'd be able to prove that, and then it would be
maybe not even prove it. Maybe it's never like a said thing, but you know, and they know that they have that on you.
Sure, that's a possibility. Sure.
Anything's possible. I just think the idea, though, that you should publicize a bunch of people's private messages is not going to be in good favor.
So what would you do with the NFL as leaking them? Because they could just keep on leaking these as they want to. What would you do?
I think people should sue. You should sue. If you get fired because of this, you should sue. And they should have to go through some sort of process, I guess. That's the only thing you can do, because they will continue to do it until they're challenged. And I think John Gruden took the money and said, you know what, I'll take X amount of million and I'll go fuck off into the sunset and I'll be fine. He'll never work at ESPN again. He'll never do this. He'll never do that. But, you know, whatever. He'll never do commercials again. I'm sure he's fine. But it is a shame that this had nothing to do with him as a head coach. His players had never come out and said that he was racist or homophobic or this, that, or the other. You know, you got to see that, like, this email, you will see his body of work, and he's never been called out like this before. So you have him telling
the NFL adored him.
Listen to me. They literally, he has never been accused of anything. So as a professional, in his job, he was obviously okay. ESPN, maybe he was a loudmouth. Maybe he's like, fuck Colin Kaepernick at work, whatever. But this is political. This is political assassination. That's what this was. To be able to uproot him for, like, whatever reason somebody saw fit so they can cause some outrage.
Well, it was Goodell. Roger Goodell doesn't like him.
Well, we don't know if it was actually Roger Goodell, but maybe somebody with, like, that's a woke person, like ultra woke. They see these emails come across them. They're like, hey, man, fuck John Gruden.
But that's what I mean.
All it was.
I think,
like, Michael, do you think it's okay to have private opinions that are contrary to, like, popular opinion? I mean, we all do.
Yeah, I know, but I just think.
I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he could be a complete piece of shit. Did he function that way in his job? Do people feel alienated? Do people feel attacked?
That's the question.
Did that work with him? I don't know.
Oh, Mike. Look at the NFL. It's full of fucking rapists and fucking wife beaters and fucking like all these fucking like Ray Lewis like maybe murdered a guy. Like, come on. The amount of scum that actually functions in our professional sports. John Jones, domestic violence, gets arrested. No, allegedly. We don't know if he'll be convicted, if she even charged him. I don't think
I think there was a difference between a coach and a player, though. Like, a coach runs $1 billion company, basically.
Michael, come on.
No, the coach is held to a higher standard. He's the leader.
Mike, we're talking about people beating their spouses.
I know.
Antonio Brown, possibly.
I'm not,
and there's a 2-week ESPN news cycle about whether or not they should be allowed to play sports when they're on camera fucking decking their girlfriend. Give me a break. Like,
I know,
people like feigning outrage.
Let me finish. See, like, I can't finish.
Go
Let me finish my point.
Go ahead.
My point is, if you're a coach in the NFL, you are the leader. You are running $1 billion company. That's what you're doing as an NFL coach.
Sure.
So you should be held to a much higher standard than a player or anybody else in the organization.
It should be about if you win games or not. It shouldn't have anything to do with anything else. The only thing that makes them money, the organization or the NFL money, is if you win games. If you're
That's
a popular
actually false,
team,
Sean.
if you're
That's
a popular
false
team,
because the Washington Redskins are shitty, and they're in like the top 5
Yeah.
richest teams in the NFL.
Because
So it has to do with PR. It has to do where you. It doesn't just have to do with if you're a good coach or not a good coach.
But you also got
it
to
has to
think
do with a lot of different things.
well, then we
Isn't
got to bring it
Washington-
back down to
The
to
Dallas
meritocracy.
Cowboys sucked for years. The Dallas Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl since the 1990s, and
Yeah.
they're the wealthiest team in the NFL.
Yeah, they're
It's not
billions
all
of
about winning.
It's not. I mean, he's right. But also, I think when you're at the professional level, especially, right? And I think for sure, but when you can't say that's not a little hypocritical of the team that also removed him from the Ring of Honor, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, while having Warren Sapp on there, who's been arrested, charged, and done time for beating his wife. Okay?
Yeah,
Who's
I'm
in
not
the Ring of
saying
Honor.
that it isn't,
Like-
but they should take him off too.
But listen, the idea that you can't make a mistake, the idea that you can't say some off-color stuff when everybody in your personal life that you work with doesn't even come out and say that you're this person, that's wrong. He didn't have the opportunity. Why did no one come to his defense? Because it's suicide. So, like, that's the culture. That's the woke culture. That's woke Inc., right? And I don't think there's a difference between a guy making $25 million that's a star of your organization, okay, and the coach. Yes, he runs it, he manages, he helps, he does this, that, or the other. How many GMs got shady pass and does shady shit? How many fucking guys? Like, we know, you see it all the time. Bill Belichick, why didn't he get fired for fucking Spygate? Why didn't he get fired for Deflategate? Because they hold their ground, they stood there and said, listen, like, there was confusion, this, that, or the other, some guy made a mistake. When Tom Brady leaves his wife and he has a kid with her, and he decides to go run off with Giselle or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that should eliminate him from the NFL. I don't think that should. There's a difference between you being like a moral person and like the jokes he was saying on there and his performance. And if you're saying that someone who beats their wife, who like you have a big problem with Conor McGregor like knocking people out, he just got in trouble for that again, punching a DJ.
I know, Dan, but I'm not saying that they're on the same level. But what I am saying is that if you're a player, you're a young player, you make a mistake. Beating a wife is a whole nother thing. That's you should be kicked.
There's fucking Richard Sherman just got domestic violence charge, and then guess what happened? He's fucking on Tampa Bay playing. Come on, Antonio Brown with all his bullshit that happened and all these things. Deshaun Watson has like 20 something women or whatever coming out saying that he was.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Yeah, he's not by his choice. That's his choice because he doesn't want to be in Texans, and you know that. That has nothing to do with them not wanting him to play.
And Richard Sherman hasn't gotten any charges filed against. He hasn't been
because
charged
it's domestic violence. You have to charge. You can drop charges. She has to charge him.
I know.
So do you know most domestic violence, man, is because the spouse refuses to press charges. My buddy's a cop, the criminal bastard, but listen, he tells me all the time that 95, 99% of the time, the women will show up and say, I don't want to press charges. Or won't show up to the court cases.
And they'll do it with a fucking half of their face swollen. It's insane. Mm-hmm. I actually, somebody in, well, I don't want to say who or how I'm connected to it. Somebody that I am aware of and know, their boyfriend beat the shit out of them, left them on the side of the road, robbed them of $500 cash, stole their debit card, racked up a bunch of charges on her debit card, and she won't do anything. And this is a dude this is her boyfriend. He has kids with like 6 other women, 2 of which he's had while they were together with other women.
Yeah, jeez.
Like this is like it is not like domestic violence is not like a.
It's way more complicated.
Issue. It's very complicated for people, unfortunately, and it's a lot of times that I think people don't have good support in their life, but
it could be a lot of things. But to say that those people are allowed to continue to make millions of dollars, but John Gruden says, faggot, rubber lips, and sends naked pictures of chicks, and they're acting like that's even equivalent. Who cares if he's the coach, man? Like we got to think that, I don't think him stepping down was tactics for him. He's like, I'm not going to sit here and fight this. I just want to be gone. I want them to play football. Good on him in a way. In a way, you could say hey, I don't want to distract the team. And that's probably what he was thinking from a coach's perspective. But it's it's disgusting behavior that the Raiders, like, that's pretty gross, man. Like, the NFL, these are not good people. While fucking people were locked up in their homes, couldn't go to fucking work, who got to go out and fucking make money? But Kyrie Irving gets to fucking get shit on by everybody, not make money because he wants to make his own medical choices. Like, this is beyond, like, what's right and wrong. This is something completely different. And that's what the woke culture has done to our institutions. They have said, if you put your finger, like I think Barry Weiss said to Brian Steltner, that if you put your finger on certain things, like saying a joke to your friend, like about, oh, that guy's a faggot, like, whatever, like that. And since it's writing, you don't know context. We don't know if it was like this, that, or the other. What was this email exchange like? Did they cherry pick information? Because it's not public, which it shouldn't be for that reason, because people can do that. And there's a reason why they're leaked. I mean, I agree with you that coaches have a lot of responsibility and they manage and they're the face of an organization a lot of the time. I agree with you on that. So, like, maybe the Raiders, GM or the owner was like, hey, dude, like, just step away, man. Just step away.
Well, yeah, but what would you do with them having this gun pointed at people now?
I think they should be forced to have it sealed. It should be a sealed, protected thing. It should not be something. And if they get leaked, I think people should sue them.
Yeah, but
that's the only thing you can do.
Their power and authority lies in the fact that people allow them to have it. I mean,
like,
this is a completely fan-run institution. Like, without people watching and buying shit and whatever, they're nothing.
If the NFL was a
cultural power.
If the NFL was a serious organization, they would do an investigation into how those emails got leaked and who leaked them to who. That's what a serious organization is. Like, hey, this is like John Gruden did some fucked up shit. He needs to go, but we're not going to allow these emails to be leaked. That would be that would be the proper response to me. And then they should sue that person.
And I think it was the NFL that leaked them.
You're probably right. But I'm just saying, if they were serious,
if they had integrity, they're not. Yeah. This is not about right and wrong. This is about scalps. This is not about right and wrong.
Yeah, it's like fucking Dave Chappelle. Like everyone's trying to cancel Dave Chappelle.
Whatever. It's a good parallel because Netflix is a model that runs on basically a meritocracy. How many people watch somebody's shit? So they see Dave Chappelle and they'll go to the mat for Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle brings the numbers. And that's how it should be run. And, however shitty I think a lot of the content on Netflix is, at least that guy who is like the president of whatever, of acquisition and entertainment at Netflix, he stood his ground. He said, no, we believe that, people can handle this. We think we have a diversity of opinions on Netflix. Lots of people say what they want to say, et cetera, et cetera. We don't think it reaches the threshold of hate speech.
And the thing is, it depends on how much money you're making, right?
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Dave Chappelle is bulletproof. Like, when everybody's like, Dave Chappelle even coming out and saying the phrase, like, oh, am I being canceled? This is what cancel feels like. This is great. You're not being canceled because you can't be canceled because you're above it. You're like, it's the average Joe that has to worry about repeating things that they heard Dave Chappelle say that might be in trouble, right? Like, it was an example of cancel culture because they can't. He is transcended beyond that. He's like Joe Rogan. They're above being canceled because they are their own industry. That's while they are. Somebody like John Gruden, not so much. Like, right? He's not. I
changed my mind on the emails.
Good. I'm glad, Michael.
No, I mean,
you were wrong.
I think you make a fair point that the NFL Players Union is like, we don't want it this part. Are they saying they don't want it weaponized? Like, is that what they're saying? And that's a fair point.
Because they're afraid when they come to meetings, certain coaches or owners will vote on things that they necessarily don't want.
Or is that a reason? Or is that like a smoke screen for them to like just cull the herd?
No, I think the proper response by the NFL Players Union should be very simple. All the emails should be released, all the names redacted. The only thing that will be present is team names. Like team owner, like whatever the team is.
Okay, fair enough.
So these emails from these teams, everything's redacted from team like the team name, the names of the people in the organization, and that if somehow names are leaked or whatever, they can't be fired for that. And if they do, there should be a payout. If you want them to step down, there should be some sort of penalty for these teams, because they know that it should be based off of your current state. And to think, man, 10 years ago, I think Sean hit on it right. It was a different world, it was a different time. One, but two, I think people change. This is the problem with Twitter or like these emails. You see that moment, that one moment where John Gruden said an off-color joke. And how many emails did he send to this guy? Hundreds, probably. They're friends. They probably emailed each other all the time. But they found those snapshots, those little moments where he did something that was not in good taste. So I think that's the issue here. It's the same thing with Twitter. Like, you'll see something from someone's opinion where they're like for me, for example, I'm an anarchist, right? Maybe in 10 years I won't be. Maybe I'll be a complete status bootlicking cop. But I should have the opportunity to evolve and change. And that's what one of I believe the Raiders linemen, came out and said that. He said, John Gruden should be judged off of who he is today, not off of who he was 10 years ago.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. It's the nature of the internet and activism on the internet that makes everything feel static. Like it just happened because I just found out about it, so it just happened. And also, and this is something, we didn't do this on a podcast, but I was talking to our brother Ryan, and I was just like, man, you got to really appreciate how different things were in like 2010. 2011.
Oh my God! Could you imagine if those live games?
Oh no, but so Dan, you said these things. You pointed out. You said, well, he made some off-color jokes, some things in bad taste, right? Yeah, it's only in bad taste because it's removed of the context of saying it to your friend that you know.
In a very personal,
but that's what I'm saying.
form.
Like we say the most horrendous shit to each other.
Oh my God, dude!
On a personal,
say some awful shit.
Like we say, we talk about crazy fucking shit in private. Like not talk about, but we make crazy jokes.
Listen, we're not closeted racists.
No. We're talking about like killing children and like all this kind of weird stuff.
Them.
We do send them. We send them in a signal.
Oh, Sean and I have sent some pretty savage shit, and you've seen some of this shit I've sent. Like we're all joking. I don't think I've ever using the word faggot is like, if I'm talking about a gay person, like I don't even call gay people fags. Like I don't.
I don't use it like that either.
Exactly. So
it's not part of our normal parlance. So, but when we are in this distilled Arrested Development, like everybody kind of regresses when you get around old buddies and stuff. Like that's what it is. Like it's that. And sense.
You get a little wild. Yeah, you start saying fun. You get a little loose.
You start saying things to kind of goad each other a little bit.
And who hasn't said shocking shit on purpose? Like say shocking shit on purpose sometimes.
And if you remove it, and if you remove it from the context of a friend saying it to a friend, it changes it in a way that is not the intention of it. Intentionality is very important when you make, especially jokes, especially humor.
Oh man, humor, dude! Like, maybe that guy was like literally John Gruden's context was a joke.
Because it's such a pressure valve for people. Like have you ever ranted? Have you ever just been angry and just been like, fuck?
I've done it on here a few times.
So so there's probably the Colin Kaepernick stuff. Like for all I know, like he's just fucking venting to his buddy.
What did he say about the Colin Kaepernick?
I don't know. I didn't read the emails. I just kind of
he just said something about it being like ungrateful assholes, something like something to that degree. Yeah. Same thing, like I said earlier, the same thing that Ruth Bader Ginsburg basically said about
RBG,
well.
Dude.
I know, I can't get it out.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So she gave an interview to Katie Couric. She said that like people should have more respect for a country that allowed them to come as far as they have and make the statements that they're making, basically. And Katie Couric decided to editorialize and edit the interview that she did with her. This was in 2018 when all this stuff was happening. So to protect the ideological perspective of the left, because the left has claimed RGB. They revered her.
So they claimed her as like a hero. So for her to say something like that is counter to what they would feel is appropriate. So Katie Couric just didn't air that part of her answer. Like,
But she wrote about it in her book, and after she's dead,
And nobody fucking read it. Oh no, you mean Katie Couric? Yeah, no, Katie
well, that's
Couric,
how it came
yeah.
out. It was in her.
Yeah,
book.
because Katie Couric, she's trying to get some.
Do you know what
spice.
she said?
She's trying to get some action.
She said it was because she thought her mind wasn't there.
I know.
That's what she said.
Well, that she was an old lady that was not that her mind wasn't there. It's like an
Oh, that's
older
the way I
woman
took
who
it.
was not with the times, basically.
You ain't hip, RBG.
You're not
you
hip.
ain't hip.
Oh, God
not
forbid
cool,
an
man.
82-year-old woman is not hip with the times. Like, come on.
Listen,
But anyways,
this
so people's truth can't even get out there, like in that kind of sense. And then, so we have people, which is the median opinion of probably most Americans when all that stuff was going on. It was like, oh, this is kind of like, even if they couldn't articulate it, they felt that way. And to like rob people of that kind of validation from one of our most respected like people in government or whatever you want to call it on the Supreme Court is pretty shitty to me. Because that would have made a lot of people feel like they weren't crazy and they weren't bad people. But
So, do you think it was at least kind of stupid of John Gruden to even send those emails?
no,
I
not
mean,
in the context in which they're sent. If you're sending a message to your friend and you're making jokes, you're venting, you're doing whatever, I don't. That's why I think there's a difference between the perspective. You look at it in context of what it is, and then we're looking at it in a vacuum and being like, wow, this is awful.
No, really what it shows is how weak the Raiders organization is, like standing by and be like, you know what? Like, let's come out. We decry these comments. We think John Gruden is a changed man. We're going to send him to some like woke training and then he'll be fine. Like, would you have preferred that? I guess. I mean, for him keeping his job. But this is the thing. And I think what people are starting to realize is the Twitter mob is really not as big as people think it is. It is millions of people, but they're from all over the world. You got like all these, like, so it feels like a lot to these companies. And I think one of the last things I did want to bring up, and I don't know how people feel about this, but Dan Bongino, came and he said there's this thing called Calmaris, which is a radio distributor. They distribute his show to hundreds of companies or hundreds of stations across the nation. And he said basically it's either you keep me or, but you have to get rid of the vaccine mandates for your company. Or you lose me if you decide to keep the vaccine mandates.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone's like, and then people like sharing this, and like this is the problem that I have with it is Fox has a vaccine mandate for their employees.
They said, hold on, that was disputed.
Was it disputed?
Yes.
Because I know Tucker Carlson said that there wasn't.
Yes.
But then somebody did further digging, and it is. But guess what? Hold on, key word. Not for entertainers.
Yeah.
But for like not for the entertainers. As far as I understood.
Well, that's a distinction then. I did not know that distinction. Because that would be...
that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true.
It would be a distinction.
That's kind of fucked up.
No, it would be. It would be completely bullshit, fucked up distinction.
Well, it's the same.
Well, because it's the
thing
same.
for New York.
It's the same way that they're able to have the VMAs and the Golden Globes, and they don't have to wear masks, but all the help has to wear masks because they say, "Oh, well, they're part of a production." So
well, and that's why I find if Dan Bongino really had stones, like if this is true, what I heard, if that is true, he is vaccinated according to the Post. That was posted underneath it. It said like he is vaccinated. He was told to be vaccinated by his doctor because he had cancer.
Sure,
but he's not doing this because of Fox's mandate. Basically, is what they said. Not because of his mandate to get the vaccine, but because of the other. And I sat there and I just go. Well, so maybe he is mandated to get it, but I'm just sitting there going, it's not very cool. Like, yeah, you can lose maybe, let's say, $1 million.
You have to stand up for the people that can't stand up for themselves. Like you are in the position
he is doing,
which I hope he does.
But he's just not taking. He's not taking the full measure. He's not going all the way.
And if
he's not like I'm quitting Fox.
If Tucker Carlson and Dan Bongino, if they're having a semantic argument about like who is and isn't mandated to be vaccinated at the company they work for, if they really believe that, then they should quit.
I think though the important thing is contracts. This is way different. These people have contracts with millions of dollars invested, and they can't just quit.
Well, then they can say it. Then they can just be transparent about it.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, honestly, if Tucker Carlson were to come out and say, be like, listen, we do for our understaffers, we have a vaccine mandate. The talent, quote unquote, does not have to be There is no mandate for the talent, but I understand that, and I'm going to be fighting for their rights, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well then you can kind of
like Kyrie Irving, just like that. Kyrie Irving literally sacrificed all the money he's going to make, like $30-something million this year, and to not play. And it's pretty incredible thing.
People that can do this stuff, like if Kyrie Irving's in a position where he can do that, awesome. Mm-hmm. That's great. Yeah, because you need public figures. You need people that can withstand the financial.
Here's the only problem with Kyrie Irving.
What?
He was a flat earther at one point.
Hell yeah.
Who cares? And honestly, though, have you ever looked into it?
Have you ever looked into every UFC fighter apparently too.
Eddie, dude, I miss Eddie. I wonder if him and Joe Rogan had a falling out because they never talk about it. Like I've never heard him talk about him. Like
I don't know. I'll call Joe. I'll be like, yo, where's that Bravo magic?
Well, dude, like he was kind of, and like the thing that.
He was crazy, but he was some of the best episodes because you could watch a fight.
Really are.
You could watch a fight companion that has nothing to do with the fight.
And Joe Rogan is like, Eddie, stop doing this.
Only after a while. Only after like it was like the fifth time he did it.
Yeah, I know, but it got to the point where Joe was getting pissed. You know, Joe was getting annoyed. Like I felt like how I felt, like talking about anarchy all the time, and you guys are just like, "Oh my god, please just stop! Like just stop this, stop this madness." Like that. I acknowledge like that's how when you watch Ian on Timcast, and like fucking just Tim is like,
hey, Tim's gotten better.
Oh, okay. Why?
I just feel
here. Why?
Okay, I've only watched a few of his stuff, but I didn't watch like for almost a year because he just annoyed the hell out of me. And it just seems like he's treating the people on his podcast better, and he's having conversations with them, and he's not like so. Like before, he would just like talk to them, not talk with them.
Yeah, I think
he would just talk at them.
Dude, I think it's a really hard thing to learn. You know, I think that's something you got to learn, like to be a host of something. And it's really about the person too. Because if you listen to Lily Tang's episode, it's one of the best episodes he's ever done. Lily Tang Williams, you should watch it. It's awesome. Probably like 3 or 4 months ago. And or like, you know, there was this Jewish guy from New York when like all the Jews were fighting against like New York City and stuff, and they were closing down their parks and they were like, you know, dancing in the street and shit. That like it depends on that person. So like they would come on and they would just dominate the room. They would just dominate the conversation. And Tim would, you know, maybe he's like whatever because he didn't want to be offensive, whatever. But it's a tough thing to do, man. Especially when you know you got tens of thousands of people watching you. I kind of give him a little bit of leeway, and the amount of pressure, dude, the amount of content that comes out of that fucking house is absurd. It's absurd. The amount of content they're pushing out. Every day he's being filmed. All day he's being filmed. Like, it's insane. Like, he's got Cast Castle now, and he's always on the camera. He's always traveling because they have to keep it interesting. So he's got to go do stuff. He's got to, like, you know, it's a lot of work. And then he created that new show, Inverted World, with that guy. Like, it's a bunch of, like, found mystery stuff. They got the new show, The Green Room's getting started up. They're doing stuff, live shows and performances for people. So, like, it's a lot. It's a big thing he's running, and I think that's why I give him a little bit of, like, leeway. I do give him a lot of leeway because I feel like what he's doing is, like, he just bought, I think, like, 50 acres. He's building something called Freedomistan. You know, like, it's really impressive.
Building a business.
An empire. It's an empire. Like, it'll be it's big. It's going to be bigger than the Blaze if they keep doing it the way they're doing it. Like, it's huge. It's massive what they're doing.
Well, he has gotten better. I kind of like him again. He's not been pissing me off, so
I mean, like,
back
dude, like,
on the Tim pool.
I will. Sometimes his videos are just too negative. I'm like, you know what, dude? Like, I don't really feel like listening to this today. Like, that would be me. Like, sometimes I wish he was more positive. That's why I love Michael Malice. The Glenn Beck interview, because I think a lot of people feel
Michael Malice, is that the anarchist?
Yeah. Michael Malice is. Yeah, you should listen to his stuff. It's actually pretty interesting.
No, I've listened to him.
Yeah, listen to the Glenn Beck one, I think, because Glenn Beck is kind of feeling how a lot of Americans, especially on the right, you know, or freedom people, just want freedom. They just want to live. And the despair that he has and how lost it all feels. And Then there's Michael Malice. Like, what? You're scared of AOC? You're scared of Don Lemon? Like these idiots? You know, these people that think they are actually smart and they're morons. And just hearing that and just feeling that and just that's something that we need more of in this world. I want to be more positive. I want to bring more light to the world. I don't want to be this angry, disgruntled, mad at everything, hate everything, because it doesn't accomplish anything. And despairing doesn't bring us anywhere forward. You know, like look at the left. They're so stagnant and just decrepit little fucking bitches.
Yeah, because
they don't want anything.
They're not solution orientated. They're only
they are. Their solutions are insane.
Well, I think they're only problem orientated. Like most people cannot articulate what they want as a solution other than more government, right?
Yeah.
Whereas and this is I think is sometimes and I think it's kind of turning around like Michael Malice and stuff like this has also been the problem with like libertarians for a long time. They have no practical solutions to the problems that face the world.
Well, the new libertarian is completely different than the one 10 years ago.
No, what I'm saying is I think there is a new wing of people that have solutions, ideas. They want to try things. They want to go out there and stretch it a little bit. Let's see what we can accomplish. Let's see what we can do under a different kind of guise. Like, let's see what we can accomplish. Yeah. And I do appreciate that for sure. Because even myself is like, because we're talking about Tim Pool. Like Tim Pool, just for a long time for me, it just became very redundant. Like, and it was not.
It's hard,
and it was not solution orientated. Like I understand. Like I think, like I said, I think most people identify the problems. But then what do we do about it? Like, what do we do about it that's actually productive, that's not self-serving also? This is another big problem with libertarian shit sometimes. It's very, like, me-centric, which I think has its place, but it also has its bounds as well. Because if you want a large mass of people to join in on your movement and your ideological perspective, your mindset, you have to give them more than doom and gloom and, hey, it's better. This is how we got Joe Biden, right? Like you have to have something better than, well, it's not the other thing you hate.
Oh, yeah. It's like in the established, like socialists. It's all social. Like, dude, listen, we're over the socialist crap. This is beyond socialism. This is beyond, this is something else. This is something new.
Well, I think it's a modern permutation of socialism. I think that's...
No, I think it's something completely different.
Well, I think you don't think like somebody like James Lindsay I don't agree with all of his tactics because he has too much fun being a troll.
I think he's on Twitter. He's that way. He's not that way
anywhere.
No,
but the problem is that like I said, like they only have these bullets if you give them to them, and he's such a smart guy, and he has such a deep well of knowledge. And I know that he does it to get attention, to try to bring the people that are willing to listen to him. Like I understand why he functions the way he does, but goddamn, man, sometimes it just feels.
It doesn't bother me none.
No, I don't think about myself. I don't think about people like you or I or Michael. I think about just the average person that doesn't know anything about this stuff. That's not plugged in.
That's not Twitter though. That's not people who are on Twitter. That's not people who are on Twitter do not, they know.
Well, I think that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think Twitter is that's why when you go to his YouTube and you listen to his podcast, it's
all business.
Different.
It's all business. Yeah.
Yeah. I think everyone knows when you go to Twitter,
But I think you got to be catching. You got to be catching any flies you can. We are at this apex moment culturally, where you got to catch whatever flies you can. I don't think. I don't know, and I don't know if I don't know if that works beyond the people that already agree with you. Is what I'm saying.
No, I disagree. I think the main way is being provocative. Yeah, you're going to lose a lot, but you'll catch 1%, 2% at a time, maybe one or two people. But there are people who just haven't been exposed to these ideas or whatever. I think being provocative and being. You have to be that way.
Well,
you cannot sit back. You cannot just sit back and just let people beat you and beat you and beat you.
No, I agree with you.
Ridicule you. And that's where, but you have to, and that's why what we're dealing with is so much different than communism or socialism. And yes, like maybe in like a technical term, it would be communism or some sort of like top-down economic system where the top controls everything. But I think it's even more. It's slavery, and that's really what it is. Like communism, in practice ends up slavery.
We literally have people, and it's a growing segment in this country. It's starting to not be the minority that will just give over all authority for comfort, for convenience.
And that's why I want to destroy the government. Yeah, I'm with you.
No, but like that's a real thing, and I understand. Yeah, you want to destroy the government. I don't know if that's gonna happen in our lifetime. And I think,
at least use the government to destroy itself.
I think it's good to have these camelots, these ideals, these things that we work towards. But I also think that we have to practically deal with the reality that we live in, because we all have ideals, we all have principles, we all have our Camelot, we all have that. We may never reach it, but it gives us something to move towards. In the interim, to get there, the steps that we have to take to get to Camelot, I think we got to be smarter about, and I think we have to I think we have to be better than the people that we dislike. Even though, and I don't know what the proper pathway is, because I've said
okay,
this. I've said
Tim Pool.
I've said this many times before, talking to Dan about anarchy and stuff. Right? Okay, well, how do we try to get there? And that needs to be and I do feel that is the new movement that's kind of burgeoning, it's growing, it's coming up. Like, how do we get there? How do we practically deal with the reality we live in, the people that we live with? How does that happen? I don't know.
I think the very simplest way is this: is the reason why we're in the position we are today is really consumerism. That is, like, I think Michael Stoller gets it right.
I agree
when he talked the consumerism, where people are viewed. Well, no, but beyond that, where companies view people as money. As a consumer, they don't view them as human beings, right? Like, that's really the main driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I think that's part of it. You lose the human element. But I think the real way to do it, like anarchy, everyone thinks Antifa's anarchy. They're not. They're fascists, this, that, or the other. I think the simplest way is just ignoring the powers that be. And I think, when it comes down to, there's a million ways that things could go wrong, sure, in any system, in any way, just like how we got here now is because of the Constitution. It's because of the framework that was put out by the ability for it to be a living document. It's part of it. That's part of the reason. That's a good thing, right? Because good things have happened because of it, but far worse things have happened because of the Constitution than good. It was the people in defiance of government, and it's always been that way. People who defy the government are the ones that usually are proven to be right most of the time.
Yeah, but which is also baked into the Constitution. Like, it's a living document, as you say, and it's up to people to safeguard it and to protect. Yeah, but it's to protect its like fundamentals.
Yeah,
things will always change because people change, culture changes.
I get that, but when we're talking about like democracies don't work. When like everyone says, well, Joe Manchin is not, he's hurting our democracy. Well, he's not a part of a democracy. He's part of a republic. It's a completely different system, function.
Well, that's just because people don't understand our system of government. I mean, that's not.
Well, no, I know, but I understand, and maybe they don't understand it. But the thing is, the politics, the political structure we have is what's driving a lot of this. And the government, when it's political, it's always bad. And because politics is a form of religion, the Supreme Court has stated that it is a part of a moral compass. Your internal monologue can be driven by your political choices. So in itself, it's a moot point to me. But the Constitution may have got us so far, but that doesn't mean we can't evolve past the Constitution and say we just don't need it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's not, the Constitution does not grant us our rights. The whole point of the Constitution is to say you are born with rights. Yeah, there is that's not going anywhere. I don't think.
But like, it's just like anything else in life. You need something that says that for people to acknowledge it and for people to remember
and to people to abuse it.
Yeah, of course. There's always the pros and cons. There's always negatives. There's two sides to everything.
The Pope has lost his mind. The Pope is crazy. The Pope is crazy.
Well, that's why, like,
and I don't have to listen to him.
Yeah, but if you're Catholic, you don't have to listen to the Pope. Like that's not even how that system works. A lot of people
I know.
fundamentally misunderstand that. It's only
Yeah.
when he speaks from Peter's chair that you're supposed to like take that as rote, as dogma.
Even then.
No, that's what.
Sorry,
Well,
dude.
no, but that's what it's supposed to be. Because if he's speaking from Peter's chair, he's speaking for God.
From the Rock.
That
From the
is
Rock.
that's the deal. That's the deal with that. The Pope can say and
That's-
have his opinions just like anybody else about a myriad of topics, and it doesn't really matter.
Dude, he fucking met fucking goddamn fucking Nancy Pelosi. Joe Biden's there right now.
Yeah,
Dude,
they're
all in on it.
Catholics.
Oh man, fucking.
No, the modern church, the modern Catholic Church especially, is very
It's woke. It's woke.
insidious, but it has been for a long time.
No, I know.
Yeah, but Dan,
No, my wife
why
used-
wouldn't he meet with them?
Well,
I don't think.
my
I don't
wife-
think the question is he shouldn't meet with them. I don't think that's
No, yeah,
It's you should. Have you been reading his statements lately? Like
No.
like talking how George Floyd is like comparable to like a saint. Like it's weird.
yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
like
I
crazy,
didn't-
out of touch. I live in a bubble, shit. Right? Like he
it's
just-
very. He's talking about basically vaccines should be mandated
Well-
for the first time. His Praetorian Guard stepped down 2 people.
well, and
in
he also
history.
I mean, because he said like there is no legitimate religious exemption
Yeah.
for the vaccine.
Which doesn't even matter. But yeah.
No, but you
Yeah,
guys got to understand, like the whole thing, the whole history of the church is steeped in statism. Okay, that's why they say they even have a clause for it: "Pay unto Caesar what is due to Caesar; pay unto God what is due to God." Okay,
Yep.
that means like do your part as a citizen, trust your government, pay your government, etc., etc. They're
I
they're
thought
part and
that was
parcel.
an acknowledgement not to combine the state and religion. That's kind of the way I always view that one, but I guess it's up to interpretation.
Well, like no, but you could say it's up to interpretation that they shouldn't mix. But what is the subtext of that? Like, what is the subtext of that? Like, listen to the government. Listen to your government. My wife used to say, she says this quote all the time. I can't remember who said it, but it's religion is the opiate of the masses. It is there to corral you. It is there to keep you in check, and it always ends up being in support of whatever draconian state apparatus exists. And then you have offshoots. You have people that go and do their own things, and they're persecuted for it, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's something that's happened over and over again in history. It's very cyclical.
Yeah, but I think that's because of the sheep herd mentality. I think that can
you
happen
need
with
to
anything.
look into the relationship between the state and the church since
I have
fucking
It's-
inception.
Yes, they were a political organization because they had to survive.
Kings,
you know,
what do you think? Kings used to appoint popes and bishops. Like there's nothing
Oh
holy.
yeah.
Like there's
No, I'm
there's
talking
a
before that. I'm
huge-
talking like
I know,
way
but
before that.
but the tradition of what that means has continued. And if you can't,
Yes.
like you are seeing it in sterling lights with the with the pope that right now, like he is a statist.
Yes, but I don't know. I never looked at the Pope as like some godly figure that I need to fear or anything. So, I mean, like, and then you read in more and more about the history of the church. It has a very myriad past of horrible things.
No, it's not even horrible things. It's just like, why do things function the way they do? Why do things develop the way they do? Why can't priests get married? Like stupid shit like that. Like you should really look and pay attention to it and see how it has manifested in the modern era.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's fair. I just maybe it's because I've come back to it. It's different for me, but I think there's a lot of people that would if the Pope started coming out and saying that you need to like start killing babies for the state. Like I just don't think that would go over well. It might take hundreds of years to get to the point.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like
if you take an extreme example like that, but if people say, "Hey, the Pope says I should get vaccinated," they will.
Yes. Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, but
there's power from that position. Like, don't
Oh,
deny
there's-
that there's power from that position just because
I'm not denying that. I'm not
you don't
denying
feel
that.
that way because you're more individualistic and you're.
Well, that's my relationship with the church.
Yeah,
right?
you're just coming back to it. You're coming into individual, like my relationship with God, what I get out of this. But people, that is a community. That is their life.
I don't know.
That is their guiding. Those are their guiding principles. That's who they look to for morality. That's who
I
they
don't think
look
most
to.
people in the church agree with the Pope. I'll tell you that much. At least not down here. I think it's also geographic, cultural. Like
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on where you are. But
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people in the church that don't like
Question.
the Pope that we have.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, like, dude, when I go to church, even my priest was a little, you know.
Even my priest too. My priest had a sermon about leaders in the church not always looking to the leaders in the church for your answers.
I think the most dangerous thing with the church and infiltration. Frank Marshall wrote a book about it. It's pretty interesting. And the socialist crap. Like, listen, I love my buddy, but the stuff he sends me sometimes, I'm like, you're like, he's in seminary, and I'm like, I don't know how you got here to this point, like thinking certain things, like, and that's fine. Like, you're studying, like, he is super not like, dude, it is absurd how much information he can give you. But I haven't told him yet or talked to him yet about it, which I will. If you're listening to this, man, I will. I just think it's like, are you being indoctrinated through the guise of your education? And can you over-educate yourself in a way? Like, can you overdo it as far as trying to, like, compare, like, Christ as, like, a socialist figure? Like, Christ would be for Medicare for all. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You can theorize. That's fine, I guess. I just don't know how you can take God and try to apply it to, like,
the idea
and, like,
the idea that you would even take Christ and then try to superimpose Christ onto some sort
into
of
a critical theory. It's a critical theory type thing.
Like, into the modern mores and the problems that we have, and like Christ would have any opinion about that. Like, no,
well,
probably not.
I don't think the problems haven't changed. I don't think the problems have never changed. They're always the same.
Like, if like we could, like, I think, like, being part of the most powerful country in the world, the most progressive country in the world, like, should we be working towards things where people don't have to worry about healthcare and bills and going bankrupt for that? Sure, of course. That doesn't mean, like, I agree with the prescriptions of like the progressive movement, because I think you're just basically saying that doctors need to be slaves. I think that's weird.
That's why you should listen to that Schellenberger, Jordan Peterson one. It just came out today, because he breaks it down. He's like, listen, like, he actually offers solutions that are reasonable, and they're not like just like, and he's not just writing a book rambling on about dumb shit. He's like, no. He's like, these are the things that we can do now that will help us fight climate change. But he's like, also, it's not the end of the world. We're not all going to die. He's like, but certain ecosystems could be affected, and that could be bad for us in general. Like, for sure, for food supply, distribution, whatever. At the end of the day, it's about money. I think everyone can admit that. It's about money. It's about control. It's about power. Who's going to have their, why are Exxon and Mobil, the gas companies, and BP heavily invested in green energy? Like, you ask yourself, it's very simple. It's just a very simple thing. And I think the counterculture that is responding now is going to be revelatory. You're about to see a renaissance. And right before the renaissance, a lot of bad shit happened. A lot of bad stuff happened that inspired the renaissance. It's going to be brutal in the short term, but we will win. Culture will survive, and we will respond in kind.
Well, culture has no choice but to survive. If people are around, no matter how the chips fall.
The culture of authoritarianism always dies. It can't be maintained. It's too regimented. It's too difficult to maintain, especially with the modern technology. I think people in Soviet Union, when you read The Naked God, they were all talking in the breadlines, talking about how stupid the system is.
I understand that, but that's what's so, I guess, instructive and creepy about the parallels between now and 100 years ago. Because they are still literally using the same tactics, the same kind of soft Gestapoism of, like, suppressing information and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the past 19, 20 months have been pretty wild. Pretty fucking wild.
But when now we can communicate globally, we can communicate in mass, we can organize and collectivize a lot easier. It's a lot harder to shut these things down. And
that's what we have to get off of the mainstream mainstream websites and stuff. Like it's just
No,
not,
no. I mean, maybe.
I mean,
I-
not in total. Like you stay as long as you can because that's where an audience is. That's where you can get people. But at some point, like if you don't go all in on alternatives,
yeah,
you're failing because you're just like you're half in, you're half out.
Another thing Tim Pool is offering as a solution, which they're building right now, is called the Fediverse. And it's going to be really cool if they can do it. It's going to use blockchain technology. It can't be banned from anywhere.
Yeah.
And but like, the cool thing is, on YouTube, I was listening to them talk about this a few weeks ago. I believe this is what he said, is that your videos can be hidden on YouTube, but they can be up on your website, and it will still be like taking the data from YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, so it'll be because you have your own website. So you can have a zoo box
No, I know.
with your Twitter and everything, and it'll all be connected, and you can't be banned. So you could be posting on YouTube, but if the videos will only appear on your site. So that'll be a lot harder for them to censor. It'll be a lot harder for because like it will be like fed through like this system.
Yeah.
If it's possible.
Anybody that wants to have any type of alternative opinion, I guess you could call it, or wants to like kind of be individualistic, you're gonna have to build your own shit. You're gonna have to figure out your own shit. Hopefully,
parallel institutions.
Maybe the Fediverse is a answer to that. Maybe, hopefully it is. Whatever qualms I have about Tim Pool, like I think like he is ultimately a good presence. Like maybe it's not like maybe I reached my threshold with like what I can get from that. Maybe.
Maybe you just need to take a 10-month break, like Mike, and come back and get a new little.
No, I say like when I say like I quit like Tim Pool, like every once in a while, of course, like I'll watch like Tim Cast or something or whatever, and occasionally, not as maybe religiously as I had at one point in my life.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think it's also the endurance for people. Like it's been such a long road, and people are just kind of tuning out. I know I've tuned out more than I've ever tuned out just recently. I'm so sick and tired of like. I'm like, you know what? Like fuck these people
over and over again.
Well, not the same. No, it's just tuning out from the narrative in general. Like once you realize that like that's the control they have over you is over your emotions. Like a man needs to be in charge of their emotions. I think that's a sign of maturity. I think it's something that we all have to work on. But letting CNN dictate my emotions is their power. And if I just stop letting them influence my feelings, like I'll watch and I'll be like, you know what? Fuck them. Like I don't care.
I feel the same. I think like a Tim Pool-esque figure, maybe not him specifically, that you can run into the same problems.
No, it's just
I think you need to always be willing to kill your darlings, as they say, kill your heroes. Don't put people on pedestals like that, especially people you don't know. You don't know them. You don't know what's in their heart. You don't know what their end game is. And I am not like applying any negative or malicious thing to anybody. I'm just saying, as a person, understand you don't know what you don't know, and just be okay with that. But but it's also something that can keep you straight. It can keep you straight. If you hear something and you feel like, well, I don't know, like, I feel like a lot of people just get into communities and they just kind of go along with whatever the community does. And it's just like, well, no, we don't want to do that either. Like we need to be hyper individualistic in the sense of like our beliefs and what we're fighting for, etc. And if we can meet somewhere and become a collective, become a community through that process, that's great. But don't ever give over anything to anything, whether it's the NFL, whether it's Tim Pool or Fox or CNN. Like you just can't. They cannot be on a pedestal for you as a person. Like you gotta have critical thought and be able to think of things for yourself. And I think that's the most important thing I could ever say to anybody, because we all like who we like. We all have affinity bias. We all have biases to who we like to listen to. We like to hear our opinions repeated back to us. I know I do. I mean, we all do. It's comforting. It's nice to know that other people think the same way you think. It's fucking intoxicating. You don't feel alone. It's a powerful thing. That's a fucking powerful thing. And you can be just as easily led astray by that as you could by anything else. And it just always to be conscious of that. But having said that, I actually really do appreciate Tim Pool's presence, his effort. I like that he's proactive. He's building his own shit. That's great. That's awesome. I really do mean that too. Whether or not it's something I patronize all the time, it's something I do definitely appreciate. I definitely respect, That takes work, takes effort. Does not come from a dumb person, clearly.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing for Tim Pool is when there's something really big happen,
Have Zubox
like something
on.
really
Have Zubox on.
Get
Tell him how to feel.
Zubox on first. Exactly. But I think it's that when there's a big story and like they're gonna have some like talk that night, I'm like, hey, maybe there's something I might want to check out. But when the political machine really gets ramped up for the midterms, like people are going to tune back in because people want to, and that's the thing. It's that you get fatigue. You get fatigue as a person watching the same content, like you said, and constantly just hitting you over your head, just not Tetris. I never get fatigued with Tetris, but there is something to be said that is a voice that you can at least go, you may know what he's going to say partially. It's like sometimes I'm listening to Joe Rogan. I'm like, Joe, just let it die. You're not a liberal. Just let it die, dude. Just let it go. Same thing for Tim.
Same thing for Tim Pool. I'm like, why are you guys like holding on to these archaic notions of like, I gotta be hit. I'm cool. Like you're like, shut the fuck up, dude.
But maybe he really believes. Maybe he really does believe.
Be yourself, dude. Who gives a fuck? Like, just say what you gotta say. Christ, why qualify it? Be like, and I say this as a liberal, as a traditional liberal, like, shut the fuck up. Just fucking go. Just be you, dude. Like, don't qualify it. Don't use their words, their terms. Giving this control over you and your message and blah, blah, blah. Fuck that shit. Just fucking go. Be yourself. You know who I am? I'm the party of Sean. That's who I am, okay? Michael's in my party. He doesn't talk much, but...
I wonder why we talk too much. Mike, so... Tim Pool, final thoughts on Tim Pool. What have you been that you've been seeing? Have you been watching Timcast? Have you been watching his daily uploads?
No, I've been watching Timcast.
Just Timcast IRL? That's what you've been watching?
I think so, yeah.
Like his podcast?
Whatever pops up on my YouTube video, yeah. It's probably the podcast one, yeah.
Yeah, the 2 hours.
I watch like the 25-minute clips.
Oh, okay. So you're watching his daily shows. Yeah. Okay. You should check out
Yeah, but... Well, I don't know if they're like in his podcast, like broken, they have like the clips.
Oh, yeah, they break them down. Yes. Obviously.
Like they do like the hot topics. Like I don't listen... Like there's only a few, like Joe Rogan's probably the only podcast I listen to like from start to finish.
Fair enough.
At this point.
I mean,
I don't listen to a lot of podcasts though. I mean,
He got past,
I'm kind of like been into other things at the moment.
Like what?
Into, dude?
I've been...
Like pornography?
Well, like no, like work stuff.
Yeah,
going on,
and then
it's hard to find time to listen to 3...
You don't text. You don't do nothing anymore. I don't even get calls from you anymore.
It's hard to find time to like listen to like a 3-hour conversation and then
that's where you're wrong.
And fucking
that's where you're
fix
wrong.
something in your house. And...
You guys had families. I'm chilling. I'm watching all the podcasts, reading all the books.
Ooh. I have been watching Secession though on HBO Max.
There you go.
Is it good? I don't know.
Yeah, I like it.
Mike's plugged in.
Have you guys ever seen it?
He's plugged into the zeitgeist. I have not seen it, but everybody talks about Secession. I've never seen it.
I might have to give it a look. I got you just finished, so I got.
I know Dan's over here watching you and Squid Game. Go watch Secession. Go watch The Sopranos. Have you ever watched The Sopranos? You boys should check out Sopranos.
I know. But listen, it's one of those things I look at. I started it like maybe a year ago, and then I think I went home or did something, and I just stopped, and I just never went back. But it's so daunting. It's like 7 seasons, hour episodes. You're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, they're short seasons. They're short seasons.
Oh, okay, cool. Maybe I'll go back.
Yeah, but if you like a show, then it's just like the time flies by.
It's not that I don't, but you gotta like really want to do it, and you gotta really
listen.
want to
I have the same thing with TV. I have almost given up on TV shows. Like I'm like, hey, can you give me a hot miniseries? Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, like I really dig the miniseries. Like Mayor of Easttown was great. The True Detective.
Oh,
like,
I
stuff
like
like
that. Midnight Mass.
Hey, that shit was fun, man. I had a lot of fun. Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Okay,
that was a fun
show. Let me ask you a question. Okay, we've never talked about Black Mass. We've never talked
Johnny
about
Depp.
No, That's the
You
name.
said Black Mass.
Yeah, that's
You
the
said
name
John-
of the. That's the name of the show on Netflix.
No, it's Midnight Mass. Yeah,
Is
dumb.
it,
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
Midnight.
Oh, Midnight Mass. I'm sorry, Midnight Mass.
Yeah.
Dumb bastard.
So, how did you guys feel like it dealt with like concerns of faith and like belief and death? Did you find that stuff compelling? How did you feel about it? Like, how did you like? 'Cause, okay, Michael is like, you are a man of faith. You would consider yourself,
Yeah.
correct? Dan is new. Dan is new to it, or you can't coming back to it.
Come on, let him answer.
Right now I am, but I have been before.
Okay.
I'm trying to get back to that place because I like
you
it
an
better when
atheist?
How did you feel about?
No, I'm.
Well, how did you guys feel
Yeah.
about the conversations of faith and meaning and the value that it has in your life? Like, did you respond to those things? Did you feel something when you were watching it? Were you like kind of vibing with it? I guess would be a way to put it.
Yeah, in some ways I wasn't, because I've known like people kind of like that freaky lady in that movie.
Oh yes.
That's just like too much.
Yeah, Mike Flanagan is a fan of Stephen King, and that's a Stephen King character. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, well,
Okay,
with the
Cal.
crazy church lady. Yeah, have you ever seen The Mist? You ever see the movie The Mist? He has there's a crazy church lady in that.
You've never seen The Mist, dude? That
Oh,
was
you'd
the
love
only
it.
movie.
Oh, you
one of
love
the
The
few
Mist.
movies I've been in person where like people cheered, and I'm not gonna ruin why if you haven't seen it, but people fucking were clapping and cheering. I was like, oh shit!
I
Like,
think
it was
I've
a real-
seen it a long time ago.
Okay, but anyways, so what did you think of it? What did you think of it, Michael?
I loved it. I thought it was really fun. Are you just talking about like the religion aspect of it?
Yeah, did you get it? Did you think it was like a fair hearing to a certain extent on like the nature of belief and faith? Because they talk like they literally talk in monologues very specifically about it. I'm thinking of the scene where the guy goes over to his like the girl that he knew growing up, and she's pregnant, and they're talking about death.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of scenes like that in the show.
Yeah, there are. Yeah. It did. Yeah, it had a. It had a good description of it, I would say, for the most part.
Did you like kind of? That's what I mean. Like, did you vibe with the complicated nature of it? Like, because you have characters in the show that have a complicated nature with faith and belief,
Yes.
and God, and whether or not it's worth following through on, right? And also the negative side of following through with it, because there is that aspect of the show as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest thing I took about it was like, this is what I was most interested is like how they took like like the sheriff and his son, the Muslim.
Yeah.
They like I found it interesting how like that, like him and his son going to the new church and how he dealt with it.
Yeah.
And that's what I was into. It's like that. And then also like they kind of, I guess, like demonized Christianity and kind of uplifted is Muslims a little bit.
Well, I would say
Would you say?
I would say de facto they did, because the most reasonable person is the Muslim guy. So like de facto you could say like, well, he's the one that didn't get caught in the spell. It's
the 9/11 shit when they went into 9/11.
It's
because of his faith, though.
Yeah, well, it's the atheist and the Muslim guy that don't get caught in the spell of the priest, who's also a vampire angel in the making.
Well, I think the most profound part to me, I think, is, I mean, if you want to talk on that very quickly, I guess the idea would be that they're minorities. Right, so the idea is that they're minorities, and the collective is responding in a certain way. Mm-hmm. So usually, people that are in the subgroup usually see more nuance, see more detail.
Yes,
that's kind of what I got from it. Yes, I understand. I don't think it was saying anything about the Islamic religion being better or worse. I just think it was really showing about the minority, like when
it's the intolerance of the collective, right? Like people group think, right?
Well, groupthink, yes, but also I think if this would have happened in a predominantly Muslim town, the same type of thing with like an imam or something. I think it would. The argument is there that the Christian might be like, "Hey, man, like that guy has something off with him," maybe, or like this is weird. But oh, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
I think the most profound part of it is actually the priest, and the reason why is because being a priest, blind, and I wouldn't say blind faith, but an educated person who's obviously been doing this for a long time. Once you find out that he is the younger version of himself, eventually is when he sees the vampire, I guess you could call it, which he thought was in the beginning, because there's this great sense of fear. And when you talk about God, if you were going to meet God or an angel, you don't know what they would really look like, and there's this great sense of awe and fear and horror, and that is like pretty descriptive in the Bible, like people being like fucking basically blown away, by what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And if God was going to bestow powers on you, some sort of like, you are my prophet, right? Or something to that effect, that you are my light in the world, and I've gifted you with these certain things. I think that's not a completely illogical place for somebody of a belief to go to, because it makes a lot of sense. Like it would be fucking crazy.
Well, because but that's part of like the conversation. I think the miniseries or the movie or whatever is having is this idea that you can fall victim to your biases, as a man of faith that has struggled to guide a flock. That's where you find the old version of the priest, right?
Yep.
When he's the old man, when he's meeting,
well,
when he meets the angel.
Inspired. He's not inspired.
Yeah, exactly. He has no divine inspiration.
Yeah.
That you would take any type of supernatural element as
people
divine
were going
inspiration
through the motions before.
Yes, and he accepts this supernatural entity as divine inspiration without really understanding it, because it fits into his bias of spirituality and of God and miracles and stuff. And then he sees it in action when he brings it to his congregation. They're way more impressed when he can make a girl walk. Like they're way more impressed with him as this kind of prophet miracle man, right? And that's but the miracles are hollow. This is the thing I liked about the show, is that it deals with this idea of personal faith. And it's actually exactly what I was. No, it's not science. It's exactly what it's what I was talking about before. You have to have your personal faith, your personal relationship with a God.
Yeah.
The congregation, the flock, the collective is second, because that's how the main character, the main female character, the one that was pregnant and that gets healed because the body sees a fetus as a foreign agent or whatever. So she takes the Eucharist or drinks the blood, and she loses the baby basically. But she maintains her personal faith. She has never given anything over to the priest or the belief of the congregation. She maintains her personal faith.
Yeah,
which is something like is interesting that the show even kind of goes into that, which I guess some people maybe could read as wishy-washy, but I thought it was actually a pretty profound statement about belief and about what you're supposed to get out of belief and how your guiding light in terms of morals and principles has to come from you. It cannot come from a priest. It can't come from a preacher. It has to come from you. You have to know right and wrong. You can't let somebody tell you what is right and wrong.
Well, okay, fair enough. Then that's just another argument for my abolition of the government. But it's the idea, though, is through spirituality, is that and focusing on a religion, the Catholics, it's clearly defined that priests and the monolith of the church is not your guiding principle. It's the whole point of your faith. It is an individual journey. I mean, that's what Catholicism teaches. If anything, evangelicals and Baptists and such, they're the ones that are more about the collective. The Catholics are way more about that self-discipline and that journey towards heaven is more on you than it is on anybody else.
It's about personal responsibility, right? That's why
Right.
we have confession. That's why we have these mechanisms.
It's all brought upon you to do it.
Yeah, but you have to be proactive, right? Like you have to proactively seek out the Eucharist. You have to proactively seek out confession.
Yeah,
it's one of it's one of the built-in mechanisms of Catholicism. That's why, like, out of all of the Christian religions, has always been the most attractive to me as a person. Because it has those personal stakes. I don't have to give anything over of my responsibility of my own life to something else. I am responsible. Yep. And I think that the show, surprisingly enough, does a really good job of illustrating that. And
right.
You wouldn't expect that. I think it's a little heavy-handed. I think it was a little hammy at times, but I think overall, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty clear-headed.
Yeah, and I love some of the detail about like the priest and what he's wearing and how the lady catches it. Like, oh, you would never wear pink because he's supposed to be wearing green. Like, God. That's just stuff.
And the guy that plays the priest, I mean, that's like an all-timer great performance. The guy who's the priest, like, I was so locked into that shit, dude, because of that dude. I was like, this is a great performance.
Everybody else was
him and the town drunk.
Yes.
Who was excellent.
I like the sheriff. I really like the sheriff guy.
Yeah, I thought the sheriff was cool.
He was good too. Like, I'm just talking like pure like art, like artistry, like performance wise. Like, who did I believe? It was the drunk and it was the priest. Like, those are the guys I was like, these are fucking heavy performances. Like, in something there were not too many of the other actors are really getting there.
He's definitely carrying the water, you know.
Dude, I had so much like empathy. Like, there's so much power in his performance. Like, this soft, genteel, vulnerable performance this guy gives. But is also giving this thing of like, what is it like to be given fucking supernatural purpose? Like, imagine that. Like, you feel that, like, I know Michael's felt it when you become like a father. Like, that's like supernatural purpose.
That's why you need to go back to church, man.
You are outside of yourself. You are outside of yourself. You need to be better than you have ever been.
That's why you got to go back to church, man. That's God speaking to you, dude. That's it. That's that supernatural shit. You got to bring him in there, have him drink the hydrochloric acid. He will live.
I just had to watch Midnight Mass when I got there.
No, but I think that.
I'm sorry. What?
I was just saying, like, I think that the movie's really about the loss of faith too, and I think that's really. I think like when he had to lie to himself, and like try to say like you know, and then it also got into like the politics of like the power dynamic with the mayor and like
small town politics. Yes,
it's
all about this web of influence that we have over each other.
Yeah,
as communities.
It's kind of like Storm of the Century.
It's very much like another Stephen King thing, because Mike Flanagan, the guy who wrote and directed Midnight Mass, is a giant Stephen King fan. If it's not obvious, if you watch Midnight Mass, it's basically like an amalgamation of two Stephen King stories: Salem's Lot and Needful Things. If you go check out those stories, that's the story of Midnight Mass. He cribs very heavily from them. But yeah, like, it's as far as I get away from that stuff as a person, like, I do still respect and understand the impulses, and I always like seeing it done justice.
Yeah, I think Silence is another great movie.
Silence is one of my favorite. That's my favorite M. Night Shyamalan movie, and I love that.
Oh, it's Silence, ho.
Oh, Silence. I'm sorry.
Silence is great too.
Silence is great, actually. Yes.
I love that movie. Mike, have you ever seen Silence?
No, I don't
get
think so.
Depressed, dog.
Oh man, that scene. There's a scene where this. Oh, I don't even want to.
You're talking when Adam Driver's in the water.
No, fuck that scene. That's nothing compared to the fucking. No, when they fucking crucify those three dudes and he's in the water and he's just saying, dude, that shit is fucking. Mike's writing it down. Write it down, dog. Write Silence down. It's Adam Driver, Andrew Garfield. But it's Oh
Martin Scorsese
man,
directed. It's an amazing
oh
film.
dude, that is like I bought that twice. Yeah, it's so good, so good. I enjoy it because it really is. When the Inquisitor dude, he's like, man, you know, he has this like crazy voice.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Nothing grows here. The soil is dead. You know, like, God, dude, it's just great. It's great. And I feel like the reason why you're, maybe me personally, this is the way I see that you've been going through, or like people who are disillusioned with faith, like I was for a long time. It's the unwillingness to give up. I think to give up your control in a way. Like there is like a sense of like there are things that are completely outside of your purview and that will never like becoming a father. I imagine there's this prophetic, powerful moment that goes beyond time, that goes beyond anything you've ever felt before, and you have this complete connection that is like it's beyond just DNA and genetics. There's something deeper there, and I think it's that.
Well, I felt like, listen, I have a very secular view of it.
Sure.
No, I felt like it was the first time I was like a person. I was actually like a human being that mattered. That was, and maybe that's not something I expect everybody to have that kind of feelings about, but that's how I felt.
Yeah, but that love.
I saw my past, my future, my legacy. I saw the entire history of mankind leading up to this moment that I had a kid, and what would I do with this power? What would I do with this power of like building a human being? And it is not something to take lightly, and I think a lot of people do. They don't think about it in those terms. I think about it as the most dire, drastic thing I've ever experienced in my life. My entire life revolves around making a better human being than myself.
Well,
and that, you know, that means a lot of things. And like, I try not to have hubris about it. Try not to be egotistical about it. I try to be as open and understanding, and like, it really changed me as a person. Like, and I protect it with rabid wolf teeth. Like, I don't fuck around when it comes to my son or my relationship with my son. And even though I know will never be perfect, etc. But like it really does. That is the closest I've ever felt to like spirituality, for lack of a better way to put it.
That's something knocking on your door, dude. I'm telling you, like that is you gave up to something bigger than yourself. That's really what it was. You gave up to your son. You gave up to something that transcends everything else in your life. And there's that moment where there's that, like, I can only imagine, but like there has to be more. There's something more. There's something greater. There's something more dangerous. There's something else out there that we can never connect with in a physical way. Like there is this something, and that there's that transcendence. Like, cause you know, regardless if we die and our spirit leaves our body and all the dogma and doctrine and we go to purgatory, heaven or hell, whatever. Like the idea that there is, when you die, people who are atheist or agnostic or this, that, religious, it's all the same. Nobody truly knows, but there's only a certain particular group of people that are trying to understand, and that are trying to grow to the point that when they do die, they are ready to die. It's not about like, to me, like when I think about it, it's like when I die, I don't want to have that thing in my mind or that thing in my heart, that weight that says, why didn't I try harder? Why didn't I do more? Why didn't I explore more? Why didn't I challenge myself in that way? In that true test of, there is no greater test, because the reason we're losing the battle of the physical world, why monsters are able to reach high points of office, why we think we need these things to happen, is because the lack of reality that what we do after we die, like what happens after, what is the impact? Because like people who are because like I think the difference between like people who just, they don't give a shit about the world. They don't give it, even if some people like who are just so selfish and narcissistic, they just don't care what they do, who they hurt. Like they're like, it's all about me, or whatever. and they don't care about plant trees for the future generations. But since you have a kid, and now you're thinking about, well, what's going to happen when I'm gone?
Yeah.
What is going to take my place?
Yeah, but that's
a real thing.
But that's what gives me the impetus to try so hard, because I feel like that life and experience is finite. I have real, in terms of my mode of being, my beliefs or whatever. Yeah. I have real stakes. There is nothing else. There is nothing else
in this world.
There is. I don't know if there's anything else. I don't. So I exist in the reality that I live in, and I have to, and that's how I have to adjudicate myself. Like I cannot worry about those other things. I need to worry about being a good person and being a productive person and creating somebody that is worth the legacy of my name and my family, without having to worry about if there's a God or if there's an afterlife. Because you know what? That's after. Yeah, Dan.
No, I hear you.
So for me, it can be a completely secular pursuit and still be noble. Like
it's not the lack of nobility. It's not like lack of you being noble.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like saying that things will be better on the other side. Oh, I make all my sacrifices and I'll have something on the other side. To me personally, I'm not saying for anybody else.
I hear you.
Is a little bit of a cop out in a certain sense. Like, no, sure. I am putting everything of myself into the world I live in, to the life that I have, to the relationships that I have, because that's what matters here. I need to make this world has to be good. If there's anything else outside of it, this has to come first, because this is my experience.
No, I don't think anyone. I mean, you grew up Catholic. There is Mike. I don't think you would disagree that, or think that the world here doesn't matter. I think that's like, right, Mike. Like, you would agree. Like, this world matters. Like, this absolutely is the most paramount. But that's why you enact the practice in the physical world. Once you die, I doubt you're going to church and you're doing all the same things. Like, if this is like, the theological belief, like, that's not what the promise is. The promise isn't enslavement, right? So, like, hold on, let me please. Right. It goes down to the integrated man. Like, if you can have the intellect, you can have the physical strength and the physical health and this, that, or the other. But if your spirit doesn't exist, what are you?
Yeah, but your spirit exists through what you produce. That's how you remember.
Maybe no, but that is the spirit. Yes, that is part of it, but you don't believe in it. No, like, so you're telling me that there is no spirit, there is no power.
No. I said, well, in terms of however you want to describe a spirit, I believe that my spirit, my legacy, is making a better person than I am. My son, my daughters, whatever, they'll carry on my name. They'll carry on my legacy. That's where my spirit survives. That's how I do something good in the world. That's how I do something good for everybody, is doing the best that I can with this.
So wouldn't you want to have like a complete encompassing picture for your kids? Like a complete, because how you got to experience, like let them come to their own realizations about faith, I guess.
They will, and I totally am open to that. I don't like if my children ever came to me and said like, oh, I want to go to church stuff, I would never deny them that. Never.
Fair enough.
That's not my place to do that to a person. It's not.
Here's the interesting thing. Would you? It's like on midnight mass, like the sheriff didn't want necessarily his son going to the Catholic church.
Yeah.
Would you ever, like, if your child came to you and said it wasn't Catholic or something?
I would let him go.
To anyone?
Yes. I found a lot of parody with that character because of that. Because I know
that's why that's why I liked him.
You can have your own deep-seated beliefs about something, but I do think the only way for somebody to find their way through things is to experience them. It's not necessarily me being a limiting force in my kid's life and saying oh no, well, I don't agree with that, so you can't ever engage with that. I don't, especially when it comes to something.
But is there a certain age?
Is there a certain age? I don't know. No, probably not. Probably I'd go if Foster came to me tomorrow and said, Dad, I want to go to church. I'd probably take him to church. because that's like his right. His
Well,
right as a person.
yeah, but I mean, is there like a certain age of?
I don't
like,
think any of
with
this
other-
stuff is one size fits all. I think people need what they need. I believe that.
Yeah.
And I don't judge people. I don't feel any certain way about anybody that thinks differently than me, especially when it comes to spiritual matters. I really don't. I think people need what they fucking need, and I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with that. I respect it. I respect it.
Fair enough.
Doesn't mean it does not mean that like maybe I'll never feel that way, but I respect the hell out of it. Like I respect anybody trying to better themselves, trying to put something positive and productive out into the fucking maelstrom, awful world we live in sometimes. I respect the fucking hell out of that.
I don't think the world's so awful, man. I think the world's pretty great. I think most of it. I think there's a lot of bad, powerful people. The powerful people can be pretty bad sometimes, but
whatever you want to call it, like the structures that we have to exist in that sometimes are oppressive
tear
or
them
negative.
down.
Sure.
Burn them down.
Sure, but like we still have to live amidst them until that happens. So,
rock and roll, dude.
The thing I liked about the Midnight Mass when the dad let his son do that, it's like, I guess if you're from like a really Islamic family or a Catholic family,
that's death.
That'd be a big deal.
They're like they're like so against each other in that, you know.
Honestly, Michael, the most fantastical thing about that miniseries is a follower of Islam letting their kid go to a Christian mass.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was like,
that's probably the craziest. It's probably the craziest thing in that show. Honestly,
is that because to me it was like, okay, would I let my child do that? And I think at a certain age I would. I think like 16, if you came to me, that's where I was kind of like thinking in my head, like, okay, that boy seemed old enough. I don't know how old he was. He seemed like 6. He seemed like, okay, I would do the same thing, I think.
And then your kid's drinking lighter fluid, and you're like, it's his choice, man.
No, but I think at some point, you have to let them go out and explore. And, like, even though the father didn't want to do it, he eventually came to that realization that, you know, if I prevent it, it's just going to make him want to do it more.
Yeah. I think it's like Rumspringa, right? For the Amish. Like, go out. Go do it, man. Go live your life. Go rip. Or whatever. I don't know. I think the most powerful thing is the choice, you know? And like, Sean, you got your choice to make, you got your life to live, and, you know, I don't judge you for it. It's the choice.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say the quality of my character is more important than whether or not I go to church?
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. Your character's great. You know,
that's what I'm saying. But so when we talk to each other,
but I'm not talking to you about character, dude. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm talking to you about eternity, or I'm talking to you about something deeper than just character, or some descriptive meaning we can just throw at it. Like, I think it's deeper than that. I think it's something that's really hard to contextualize, and people have tried for 1,000 years to try to put their finger on it, and it's very difficult.
Well, I would say that like the Christian philosophical pursuit of knowledge is about character. It's about what makes a person have integrity.
Yeah, but it goes beyond that. It's way more. I think, you know, it's not about like, yes, these are the ways you should live your life to have a fulfilling life, to have a good life, to treat your neighbor well, to not steal. All those things are great. Those are pretty like inherent though. Most of them are pretty easy to understand.
Adhering to arbitrary, well, quote unquote arbitrary like modes of behavior or rules does not guarantee you're a good person.
No, it's not about that. That's what I'm saying.
Like, I could go through the motion. I could go through the motions of something.
Yes. And
it could not affect me in any deeper way.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. And that I'm not disagreeing with that. But those people are they're not true believers. Those are the ones that will fall. Those are the ones that will, when, you know, the Antichrist comes, and then the prophet will describe the Antichrist is a miracle worker, and like, you know, people will fall for that, because the things that are going to come if this is the apocalypse comes to fruition, it will be unbelievable. Midnight Mass is the apocalypse. Like, that's what it is, right? Like, it's the apocalypse. It's the end of everything. It's this false prophet.
It's the end of your understanding of things. Yes.
Well, no, I mean that's what according to Apocalypse, it will be the end of our current formation of the world. Yes, but that will be those people, a large majority, Catholics as well, will turn away from God because they're not true believers. They will fall for the Antichrist. That's what the point is. So, like, if you, it will happen to. That's why it's deeper than just character and how you act out in the world necessarily. It's
no. Hold on. Well, I think if you are a moral person, and I think actions trump words.
According to Apocalypse, no.
Well, they're
no.
I disagree with that. Fundamentally, I disagree that actions trump words.
No, I think your actions when they turn away from God and follow a false prophet, the Antichrist, and they will witness the miracles.
Yeah, but what if you don't? What if you don't? What if you don't follow a false prophet?
God will give warnings. He will send 3 angels that will go around the world and tell everybody, and they will be like, "This is not the truth." And people will not listen.
Maybe
God will give you warnings and say, like, in real miracles in real life.
Yeah, but don't you think that's like a video game?
Yeah, I mean, but like again, as Jordan Peterson would say, most things have been inspired through, like it's not even. Oh, go ahead, Mike. Sorry, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say this. Like what, it goes back to the whole priest thing. People leading on priests. Like the main purpose of going to church and the main function of a priest is to give the Eucharist to people, and so you can receive the Eucharist,
and also guidance and community
and guidance. But the main function, that's why the priest is the only one that can go up on the altar.
Yes, but what comes with that ability and that power? Like, it is not just thing in a vacuum that you're like, oh, I just go see a priest because he can give me the Eucharist. Well, that would be pretty cheap.
No, but that is his main function.
That's his mission.
No, I understand that.
That's the only thing they're supposed to do.
Well, hold on. It is not the entirety of the mission of a priest is to give people the Eucharist.
Yeah, they have, like, obviously other things like guidance, give counsel.
Like if you are a believer,
they have other sacraments.
You make an assumption about their authority because of their ability. That is that is the thing. Come on.
Yeah, I understand. Those aren't true believers. Then those aren't people that
I disagree. I disagree that they're not true.
But that's why you go to
believers.
church. You go to church to receive the Eucharist.
That's it.
And to hear a sermon.
That's not it. But the main reason is that.
Is that the main reason? Well, no,
that's the main reason.
You can go to church and not receive the Eucharist.
I know,
yes.
But still get
something out of it. It's about
you're supposed to.
You're supposed to go to I'm not saying what you're supposed to. I'm saying that if you believe as a Catholic, you should be going to church. I understand that sometimes you have mortal sins and you can't receive, but your main focus is to go and receive the Eucharist, which is Jesus, and that's the main. That should be your main goal, and that's the main. That's the main function of the priest, is to be able to give you that. Obviously, there's other things, but that's the main thing. That's the number one thing.
He's not just the deliverer of the message of God. I mean, that's part of the function, but because the interpretation can be different from every priest to priest. Like everyone has their own little variations and nuances. So you're not going there just to get the message. Like that's part of it, but you're not supposed to wear their message on your heart, because you're not supposed to worship a priest. The priest is the arbiter, the person that, like that. If you read St. Thomas Aquinas, he talks about it extensively. He talks about how the priest is just, a conduit. It can be a connection to God, but the priest is not God.
Yeah, but it's not some. You are oversimplifying that. It is not. You're
talking about like the literal, like psychological effects. I'm not talking about psychological.
So does St. Thomas Aquinas in terms of function of what a priest is and what he does for his flock, his community, his congregation.
And they can be led astray, but that's why you're not supposed to idolize them. You're not supposed to worship them.
No, because of course not.
So like to go get the Eucharist, to be given the Eucharist, like I agree. I think that is the main reason. I mean, I think that's...
Well, that's what they say. I mean, that's...
I mean,
that's like there's obviously other reasons, other sacraments that the priest provides, like baptism and confession and things like this. But
right.
the main reason why you should want to go to church, this is what they teach, is to receive the Eucharist.
Sure, to receive the Eucharist, and every other mechanism to achieve that is achieved through a priest, like you said. Baptism, confirmation, confession. Those are all those are all prerequisites.
But that's not because the priest, the quality of the priest.
He's a conduit.
Or what? Yeah, no, but like the priest can be not a good priest. Like internally, it can be a bad guy. It doesn't matter. It's the practice. It's the application.
Okay.
So like you can disagree with the priest. You can not like the priest, but you just use the priest as a conduit. He's just a deliverer. And that's it. So, like, I think the idolization of priests, those are the false.
Well, like you guys were saying, it's like your own journey as well.
Yeah, like, and the priest is not a part of your journey. I mean, like, it shouldn't be the main function of your journey.
Well, it's the conduit to a lot of people to a deeper spiritual life is a priest.
That's not how I work, I guess. But like I said,
I disagree with that because I feel like the priest is so busy that a lot of people don't go to them for that kind of stuff. Some do, but
don't you think that's a negative then? If that's not the function of a priest is to cater to his flock?
Well, no, he caters to them in his sermons, but as far as having like 3-hour conversations with people that I don't think that happens as much as you think. Like he's not the priest.
No,
isn't necessarily
I don't think it happens like every day with every person. Then they have like Bible studies. They have tons of things to kind of support that with a priest.
Yeah, and the priests necessarily don't teach those. That's like other people in the church will teach Bible studies because the priest has a lot of other things to do.
I don't know.
Outside of just saying mass.
I think thinking of a priest as like a banker, as like a third party to get to your money or to get to your spirituality is weird.
That's not the view.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying
no. I'm saying literally like the priest doesn't need to provide anything else than the Eucharist and confession and your ability to.
What's the point of a priest then?
To deliver the Eucharist. They have sacraments. They are given the power.
But if you find them, if you find their
go to a different church.
If you find them to be a bad person or whatever,
yeah, then obviously you would not go to that priest.
But under your like rubric here.
Okay, listen. If I'm in the middle of nowhere and I have,
I'm not trying to listen.
I know. Let me finish. If I literally am in the middle of nowhere and it's the only priest around, then yeah, I guess I gotta fucking do what I gotta do, or I'll just apologize to God, and I'm sure you'll understand because this like priest is like a pedophile, mass murderer, and weirdo. He might be like, hey,
I wasn't going that far.
Under the circumstances, I get it. I just don't. It's like not being given your last rites.
I think Sean has a point where they are meant to guide their flock and help, but it's been not necessarily. I think a little bit
like over.
I think it is them to give a direction, but when people start idolizing them and going to them for too much, didn't
you go to like a church where that chick was like money, whatever. Like in the same thing when we went to the church in Aiken, like it was like the guy was always like concerned about renovating the old church and this and that. We need $1 million. You're like, yeah, like that kind of stuff, just like whatever to me. Like I don't know, but I think the individual spiritual journey in Catholicism it's not derived from a priest. It's not. Like they perform certain functions.
No, I don't think it's like to suggest that it's derived from a priest. It would not be correct.
I just don't like authority. So that's just me. That's where I am. I just don't like authority.
Well, then you shouldn't be a Catholic then.
No.
Why?
They're all about hierarchy and structure and
no, they're not.
Falling in line.
Really?
I don't know, Dan. I did spend a lot of time going to Catholic schools for most of my life and reading the Catechism and the Bible and philosophy and St. Thomas Aquinas.
There's bishops speaking out against the fucking the Pope. There's bishops speaking out and saying like this, that, and the other, or archbishops too. So it's not like complete fall in line, toe line. Like I think part of the individual journey is finding the right priest, finding a good congregation, finding the right people of like mind. Like that's part of it.
Yeah, because
Well,
priests
then
are
it be-
just people.
Hold on, but then it becomes arbitrary because it becomes what you feel is right.
Well, yeah, there is that part of it. Yes.
So
there
if
is
you're
definitely a
not
part of
trying,
it.
if you're not looking to an authority to be like, okay, what is the map? Like, what do I do? How
It's
do
all
I
written
stay?
down. Why
how-
would I need that?
How do I? Well, how do I like? What do you mean? It's all written down so you know that.
There, you can go.
Like you said
Bible.
a few times. Like some of the stuff is very interpretive. Like it's very like.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, but the self-interpretation.
It would be hubris, and you could very easily be wrong.
Well,
yeah,
yes,
you could.
yes. And so could the priest.
But I don't know if and I
Who's
think
more
like,
likely to be wrong?
I don't.
There is no likely.
No.
There is no more or not likely.
Who do you think has studied the Bible, the Catechism, the dogmas of the church more, you or a priest?
It's not about the church. It's not.
Yeah, and you could go
not
to a
monolith.
priest about that. You
Yes.
you can go to the priest about that.
No, I know that.
But
that's kind of what I
yeah.
was saying earlier. Like they serve a deeper function in your spiritual life if you were to allow it. Than just
I don't
being
think
a
a-
vessel for the Eucharist.
Not every single person needs that, though.
Well, then
Like-
not every single
Yeah.
person needs to go to church and believe in God.
I
guess.
never said they have to.
No,
I said it would
No,
probably be good for you. That's it.
But the main
Obviously.
purpose is not to go to the priest. It's to go to get the Eucharist. That's the whole point I was trying to make. That's the main.
Yeah.
That seems like
That's
such
the main
a weird.
focus.
That's like oh, I need to eat, so I go to a restaurant. Like I don't like agree with this
Okay.
idea, this concept of like what a
Well-
priest means to like his congregation as like
I-
an empty vessel for just like well he does like the sacraments. Like if
Well,
that
I don't- that's-
if
I
it's
mean-
that basic and simple, then like what are you doing?
What
It
do you
is
mean?
that simple. It's not a
Yeah,
complicated thing.
well, you have to believe that the Eucharist is the body and blood of Jesus Christ. That's
Yeah.
what you have to buy into.
So if
And if
can
you
a-
buy
can
into
a
that-
can a shitty person that does not hold any of your values actually do that?
What do you mean?
Apparently, I guess so.
Are they able?
I mean,
to
I don't know what's
transubstantiate
I don't know what's in the heart of
the
every
Eucharist
priest or
and
every
the wine
man.
into the body and blood of Christ if they are not a good person.
Yes,
I mean, but
if they
but-
become a priest.
They,
But, like,
and they
you
still
can't-
can do it. They still have that power, even if they have
We-
like a rotten moral fiber. Can priests that have molested children give valid
Yes.
sacraments?
Yes.
Okay.
If nobody knows about them, obviously, if it's a different thing where it's like a public thing, that may be a different thing. But I
No,
don't.
I'm saying
I- you know,
even
they're-
secretly,
Yes.
nobody knows about it.
Yes, they can because I believe
Those are still
because
valid.
Are there sacraments?
I believe.
Their sacraments are valid because you believe they're valid.
Yes, that's the whole
No.
point of it. Like if I go to a priest,
Well, then I
a-
could go
and
to a
my
home. Then I
belief-
could go to a homeless guy and be like, "I believe that you can." Like,
Sean,
give-
that's know
No.
what you're doing. That is
no,
so ridiculous.
I'm
Like,
asking.
come on,
I'm asking
that's
questions.
not Sean. That is literally.
Wait, what's the question? What's the question?
No, I'm
Hold on. What's the question?
he's
Let's
about to say like something ridiculous because it's
Okay, let's
trying to
just say.
catch you. He's trying to catch you
I'm
in
not
a
trying to
gotcha.
catch you.
I know.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
It's
let's
ridiculous,
just
but
say
you
it.
know it's
I wanna hear it.
ridiculous.
I don't have question. I don't engage in
Okay.
conversations to win them. Okay, I'm asking.
Oh, you're
Okay,
trying right now,
no,
and you
I-
know
I
that's
wanna hear it,
bullshit
though.
question.
I'm asking
you know it's
guys
stupid.
very basic questions
Sean,
about
you're trying to say that if I go to a homeless person and because I believe they
you.
I guess in the right.
I asked you a question based on what you
No.
said.
No,
I asked
no.
you.
What is it? What
is
are you
a-
trying to say?
Is a pedophile that is a priest? Are his sacraments valid?
If I know about
Yes.
it, then
Dan
if
said.
I know about
Dan
it,
said, "If I believe
if I
it."
know,
You said, "If
No.
you believe they are
Oh
valid."
my-
That's what you said. That's why
No.
I asked the question.
No, yes, my individual belief. Because if I am not aware of their transgressions, how am I
Yes.
supposed to know?
Yes, I think that's the case, and I think if there is allegations or things like this, there are that you know of, there are certain immunities that you can have with
I'm
not
asking you
receiving and
if a
things
person
like
that is not caught in secret
Yes.
is a pedophile.
that. Then it would be a valid, yeah, because nobody would know. Yeah, it would
Why?
be,
Why does
myself
not?
would not
Hold on.
know.
Hold on. Why does public knowledge affect whether something is valid or not?
because
Well,
I think
'cause
it allows.
I'm asking a serious question. I'm
No,
not
but
fucking
Sean,
around.
Well, I don't know
about
the
it.
little details. I mean, this
it's
is things I would
so-
have to do research on.
It's so simple. they may not be able to pass it on legitimately, right? Because they're in a state of grace. Because they're human beings. Let's say they're not even pedophiles.
I don't know if they have to be in the state of grace to
I don't know either.
distribute the Eucharist.
But let's just say that's not the important part. They are not the important part. If you go to confession and you are good and you've done your work and you've done your penance and the whole nine, and you go to receive the Eucharist, you believing to take on the body of Christ and the blood of Christ, that's where it ends. Everything else behind that, everything else behind that, no matter what that priest does, you don't know his internal monologue, his thoughts, if he's a dirty bastard, that's irrelevant to your personal experience and your personal journey. So that's where it ends.
Well, so there's no...
Because how am I supposed... If I knowingly do it, that's different.
If it all has to do with just what I think is true, what I think is right, what I believe, then that is not a fucking belief system.
That's not what it is. You went through the practice of belief that what you were functioning and what you were doing in function.
What you're saying is that it's arbitrary and that I could just do that myself then.
No, I guess you could. Why not?
No,
anybody can.
Hey, guys, first of all, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm asking questions.
But you are being difficult on purpose.
Seriously,
you know exactly what I'm saying, though.
No,
how can you not understand?
I literally don't. First of all,
so you don't understand that the person that is going to take the Eucharist, regardless of the priest that's giving to them, as long as they believe that they've done, that's part of it. Yes, you have to have knowledge.
Well, I guess
to make a sin.
That's the point. Jen Psaki thinks she's doing the right thing, and she believes it. She believes in that bullshit. So she's absolved of
once
her
again
wrongdoing.
giving another.
No,
it's like
Dan, I'm not.
You're trying to connect things that has nothing to do with
you're
faith.
trying to be combative with me. I'm not. I'm trying
to be combative.
Stop talking. I'm trying to have a good faith conversation about something that I have not really dealt with these things in years. Haven't talked about them with people. You guys are engaged in this stuff. I'm asking you questions. That's all I'm doing.
You know the answer.
I don't know your answer to it. I do not know your answer to it. I told you my answer.
If I go to
So I know it because I just asked you, so then I asked the follow-up question. Yeah, but then you're
trying to connect it to other things that are irrelevant, like Jen Psaki or this or that. All it is because it's I believe that if I go to confession because of the teachings of Christ, because of the Bible, because of what I believe, yes, it's a belief structure, that if I go to confession, that if I do my due diligence, if I try to follow the 10 Commandments, and if I make mistakes and this, that, or another, that I have a way to repent for it so that I can receive the body of Christ and the blood of Christ. So that's where the journey ends. If I'm not aware of the evil man that could be giving me the Eucharist, then I am absolved, and I have still received the sacrament.
Hold on. We're talking past each other, because I was not asking whether or not you are responsible. That's not my question. I said,
he's asking if it's valid.
Is the sacrament valid coming from that person? No, I'm not asking your personal whatever.
That's the only part that matters. Everything else doesn't matter.
Well, that seems pretty...
hold on. Wait. I don't know if it's... I would assume that it's valid because nobody knows, but this is like a little detail. I don't know if the priest has to be in the state of grace to distribute the Eucharist. I'm not sure.
I think they. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they do.
Okay, but let's say this: if they were some evil little person and then they repented for the sins, went to confession, then they would be in the state of grace, technically.
Yes, if they went through that process.
Yeah.
So then, I don't know.
I'm not sure, but even if he did do something horrendous, and then I don't know. I'll have to look into this. I honestly don't know.
But at the end of the day, even if they were in a state of grace, you yourself not being in a state of grace, going to receive the Eucharist, the sacrament should be valid. That's what
I think. It would be valid. I think Dan's right about. I think the church would consider that a valid sacrament just because.
That's like saying like a pedophile priest, no one knew about it, baptize a kid, the baptism doesn't count? That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. The parents took the initiative to get the kid baptized in the proper way.
Yeah.
The kid would not be baptized.
Yeah, the kid would be baptized.
Yeah, baptism is a little different because anybody can baptize anybody. So It's a little different
Oh,
than
technically only in certain situations, as far as I understand it now. After doing some
whatever
research. You can't just
want to consider an emergency circumstance.
like you can technically, like when I baptized Solomon, that didn't count because he had options, he had time.
No,
like,
that's not true at all. That's not true at all.
No, that is very true.
It's not. You should
I
go
don't
look
know.
it
I
up.
don't know about that. It's a hairy one.
It
No,
is.
you
As far as
should go look that up because if he has no intention of doing it otherwise and he's not going to do it, then your baptism is valid. So you should go look that up.
Yeah, I did some like furry lines.
It doesn't. It's not.
no.
Baptism is literally the easiest
but-
sacrament. That's something that everybody has the power and ability to do, and there's a reason for it.
no.
If you believe in that stuff, like there's a reason why everybody can do it.
As a person, yeah, I guess.
We
I don't
we
know,
go
'cause-
through the ceremony as Christians, Catholics, whatever. Like there's a ceremony that's involved with it.
Yeah.
But the sacrament itself is something that is available literally to anybody. That's the point.
No,
of it.
I thought it
Anybody
was only.
can be saved at any
Okay,
point.
Jesus,
That's all I'm saying.
okay.
That's all. No, that's all I'm
Okay.
Yeah.
saying.
It's but the idea, yeah, I have no idea. I don't think the priest matters as much in the function of sacraments as the individual that wants the sacrament. I think and wants the Eucharist, wants this, that. That is the personal, individual journey. The person making the choice to go to church and to
Like,
partake.
yeah, here's like a situation like what happened at the center. Like the bishop took away the priest of the center. I forget which one, but he took away his rights as a priest, basically. And then so every time he said mass up there, technically those were not considered sacraments, or those were not considered true communions.
Yeah,
because
they weren't valid. Yeah.
yeah.
No, I remember. I was a kid when that happened.
So
I guess all those people never received the Eucharist when he was there because the question is like, what happens if you get excommunicado because the church has gone insane? You still must maintain like there? I wonder like is like this is where the institution, right? The institution, the part of it is part of the problem that we're seeing in like modern Catholicism is the institution itself has these broad powers, ability to strip people of certain things, this, that, and the other. And it's usually to maintain order and to maintain discipline within the priesthood so that like you don't get like a rogue priest going off talk like midnight mass, like the guy's insane, like that's part of it. So they can strip you and be like, no, that guy's no good. He's excommunicado because he's insane. Or this person no longer is held within our values, our beliefs.
And that's why they wanted to get rid of the Latin mass.
Right.
Because in those communities, they were saying that there were
the crazy
rebellious, or priests
like
doing.
I just wonder though,
old way.
I wonder if that is that maintain that how I wonder if Christ thinks on that. I wonder, or like if there is any writings on that, like because like Saint Thomas Aquinas was excommunicated from the church. He was banned for a long time. He had to escape to France. That's where he did most of his writings, because the church didn't like he was theolizing, whatever the word is, like being philosopher, like and like interpreting and naming the angels, and it was highly he was writing very highly controversial stuff. Now recognized as a saint in Catholicism. You know what I mean? Like, because when the church locked us in,
he also wrote about talking to animals. So,
well, I mean, I don't know. Why not?
He made it a little bit squirrely, but that doesn't mean he was wrong about.
Well, maybe he was talking to animals. Maybe he thought, I don't know. Like, then again, like that's the whole point of miracles, right? That's what the miracles are. Like they explain.
Wait, what's this whole thing about talking to animals?
St. Thomas Aquinas talking to animals. Just look.
He but that's what he wrote that he talked to them.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be a miracle? I guess under the Catholic Church.
If you want to look at that, sure. I mean, you can.
Well, wouldn't that be though the literal like? That's why he would be a saint.
Well,
one of the miracles.
You gotta have. There's usually like 3 criteria for a miracle.
I didn't know that about him though. I'm gonna look that up. See what.
No, St. Thomas Aquinas is a prolific philosopher. A lot of even secular people read St. Thomas.
Yeah,
Aquinas.
I know. I knew that.
The Summa Theologica.
About the animals.
The Summa Theologica is a massive work. Like it's a massive work that is studied by many people. Like not just Catholic people. It's like a lot of great stuff about just like the nature of life and living. And it's a lot of it actually doesn't have to do specifically with like God, quote unquote. He very rarely puts it in those terms. He looks at the world through the natural lens, which is why he is revered the way he is.
Yeah. And he talked to animals.
He talked to animals as an extension of the natural life thing. Yes.
Well, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Well, I mean, I think the sainthood stuff has always been highly politicized. I mean, there's people who've been made saints, from what I understand, that were not very good people. In the past, that has happened.
Yeah,
Like,
basically, if you get to heaven, you're a saint. They just know when they make you saint, you definitely got to heaven.
Yeah, like they're like, this is a certified.
That's a certified.
Certified.
That's what it is. Because
Certified
if I go to
USDA
heaven,
beef,
I'm
prime
a
beef.
saint.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's a especially with saints and stuff and modern miracles, like St. Padre Pio.
Yeah. Or like Our Lady Fatima, the 104-year anniversary was just a few days ago.
Yeah, that was a phenomenon, that like a mass phenomenon, right? Like everybody saw the sun dancing and stuff. I don't know.
Man, I wish they had GoPros back then,
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Like, but that's the thing though. Is like, what will it take you? I guess because like if you're talking about physical world, like
I'd have to see the sun dance. Yeah.
No, but like if you witness like some miracle, but this.
If I saw the sun dance, then maybe yes.
No, but I'm just saying,
What if
like,
you saw a statue of Mary crying?
If I saw,
he would smash it. He would smash it. Look for pipes.
Yeah,
because
that happens.
I'd look for pipes.
He's like, is there a certain algae around here? Like what's this shit? It's like no, but I think the idea though with the miracles and everything. Why would and this is the thing, right? This is the God gap theory, right? Like, would these just be natural occurrences, right? That could, I guess, the prolific part would be that they were foretold. Like that would be like the Our Lady Fatima. She said something's going to great happen on this day. A bunch of reporters showed up, and everyone showed up, and like that would be part of it. Like rain, thunder, and then the sky opens, and then the sun, and then there's like an eclipse, and all this crazy stuff is happening. How much of it was that embellished by the church?
Probably a lot.
People off, like,
I think
for sure.
I mean, they say it's just people that never in that village had never seen an eclipse, so they called it a dancing sun.
It's like completely plausible.
Yes.
But to also think that they weren't aware of eclipses. Eclipses are global events too. Like those are global events.
We're talking about a poor village in Portugal.
Did an eclipse happen on that day?
Yes.
Sean, but they're global events. That means they would have seen it. They can happen.
It's not
every now and then.
They did not have access to the internet. They don't know what's going on
Sean,
50 miles away from them.
Sean, they're global.
I know. I understand what
around the globe, all at the same time.
I understand what you're saying.
So there was an eclipse on the day.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like. The idea is that these people didn't have the technology to know eclipse was going to happen, right? These things may be in some cyclical mode, some cycle, whatever, but for like these people, it would be very suspicious of them to be able to like predict it down to the day. I guess
it would be a crazy. It would be a crazy coincidence, right?
Right, but God would use nature to perform miracles because what we most things are having a kid is a miracle. The magic of creating life, like that's a pretty like amazing feat in itself.
Know. Michael could tell you just kind of dump it in him. You just kind of go, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, but like I think in that simple biological way, it is a miracle, right? Like, but we just wouldn't be able to describe it that way. Maybe Mary cheated on Jesus, and she just had to make it up. I don't know. Maybe that's what some people say, right?
Oh my God.
Or Jesus.
You mean on Joseph?
Or Joseph. Joseph was dumping loads, and he thinks he's firing blanks, and maybe one lucky one got in after she had like, a little bit too much horse wine or something, and then like, boom.
Well, Dan, the story is that she was pregnant before she met Joseph.
That's like part of it. Like she was like,
yeah.
Well,
that's
it all happens like within like 2 days of each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's.
Wait, they only knew each other for 2 days?
Well, no, it's like
what?
No. It's like the angel comes to Mary, Immaculate Conception. Joseph is like, hey, really like you. She's like, I'm pregnant with God's baby, and he's like,
yo, wow, that's wild.
I will serve you to the end of my days.
That's fucking. That would be pretty wild if some random chick I just met just said, "I'm
That's
carrying
a-
this out of like."
That's some
Yeah, this
serious.
is a pretty big moment.
That's some serious cuck shit right there.
It's,
I feel like-
you know, it's like Zeus, right, and Hercules. But it's the idea though. I guess that would be pretty hard to prove, right? But the thing is, it's not meant to be proven, right? I guess it's just not meant
well,
to be
I mean,
proven.
sure. I mean, you could that.
So like, okay,
Yeah.
like so like if end times come.
Yeah.
And like you're sitting there and you like, this guy shows up, he's doing some sick ass shit. Like maybe he's like, a magician and he ends up being like some miracle worker guy, right? He's like sick as fuck.
Yeah.
Pulling cards out of his nipples and stuff, like crazy stuff. You'd be like, hey man, I might follow this guy to my death. I don't know. I would think twice. But like I think the only thing like about the Bible that I do find interesting is the repetitiveness of history and the wariness of that. It is interesting when you start like breaking it down though. Like had it happened in history before where like you could only perform societal functions and like they would block that off to people, because like there's part of like apocalypses that like you have to have the mark of the beast to be able to purchase goods to do things, and it's just going like I wonder if that had happened before. Like let's say while they're putting the Bible together, like maybe whoever wrote Apocalypse, I can't remember at this moment. But whoever wrote it, maybe St. John. So like St. John is sitting there going like, "Hey, I saw this in this town where this type of thing happened," and that would be really bad. Or you saw it in the city where like, "Hey, you have to have the mark of the beast on your right hand," which maybe was like an ox, like they were worshiping a false idol. And they have to wear it on their right hand or on their forehead to be able to purchase goods. I wonder if something like that had happened. But you would think there would be some historical record. And then when you listen, like Graham Hancock, I think is like probably one of the most interesting figures when you think about it. Like if people had been around, because we're thinking like 6,000 to 8,000 years, right? Catholics usually believe the Earth is around 12,000. Generally that the Earth is like the Earth itself. The actual age is 12,000 years old, 14,000. But they do have found in America stuff that's like 13, 15,000 years old, like human beings. Like they've discovered certain things that would lead them to believe that there was a civilization here before Pangea Land Bridge, like before all that stuff. There may have been an entire history that we're just not tuned into, is my point. And that, like, so if you go back 2,000 years, 1,500, 2,000 years, whatever it was, after when they're putting the Bible together, there may have been a history that was more prevalent in culture and society. That, you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
no, I understand. No, you're saying that there were things that we don't know about that informed its writing.
Yeah, like was there? Do you think? Because if you're, agnostic or non-spiritual, is that what you think happened? Like, would that have been like? How did they come up with this framework, this structure? I know you go back to Ra and the Sun God, and and all these other things.
I think it's about. Honestly, I think it is part and parcel of the grand tradition of humanity, and it's about getting to where we are.
So
I don't think that stuff happens overnight or by accident. I think it happens over eons and over time to even grasp or understand where we are. That's what that's what it's always about. And this is something I got from Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
Was a respect for organized religion, like its function in society, its function in humanity. It's a heuristic. It's a shortcut to all of this knowledge that we gained through pain and suffering and all this stuff. And we got to house it in a belief structure so we didn't forget it. So we kept doing it. Because people need that. People need that. That's what you're seeing right now. When you talk about secular people and this kind of nihilistic worldview, this apathy that's going on, it is because of the absence of the function of those things. I don't think that makes those things true, but I think it makes them important to people, to human beings.
Fair enough. I can agree with that. But wouldn't you say then that the yearning, the necessity for it to have propagate a good culture, a good civilization. Certain cultures that had fell away from certain actions and certain disciplines led to the downfall of those cultures. And so they put these books together to not just guide, but to also warn, right? To heed these warnings about having systems where people are.
Well, that's what parables are.
Awesome. Right. Okay, cool. And that's great.
So,
And
so,
then I think,
so you're thinking that there was a world like 10,000 years before 10,000 years.
well, I think that Graham Hancock, who was an outsider for decades, is in the our anthropology world. I think some of the things, the revelations, and we're finding, in North America, which was thought to be impossible. The Sphinx and all these things, and the Earth and the movements and the asteroids that could have hit us, that could cause some like cataclysmic events, which we are aware of. I'm sure we've probably got lost civilizations over hundreds of thousands of feet of dirt or something. Like I don't think that's unrealistic. But it could be that the spiritual side of it all because like the spiritual side is the part that is the most important to me, is going, okay, is the Bible the literal word of God? Well, as a Catholic, yeah, it would be, right? Because it's that eons of knowledge. That is the word of God, right? That is eons of experience, suffering, pain, to help you limit yours and deal with yours and be able to move through life and then eventually to the end of your life and be able to transcend this plane to the next one. It's part of it. And to think that this is it, I think that's hubris to me. Like, to me, I hear, I was like, I don't know how all these things that we just cannot, the world, the order, the perfection, is just so monumental to think as far as my little brain can handle. It would be like kind of the ego it would take to say that this is it. Like, because the sequential order of life, once it's over, would lead you to believe that if you can be generated from nothing, then there is something before that. Is it the biological function that develops your consciousness, your spirit, your soul? Is that biological? Like, where do you go when you sleep? Where do you slip away to? Where is that place that is black, that is void, that is nothing? Like, what is that? Like, and I think that's why there has to be something else.
Well, as you had intimated before, that's the God of the gaps theory. Like, if we don't understand something, we assign spiritual connotations to it.
But that is God.
But I don't.
That is God, right? Like wouldn't that be
like all
God?
those? But all those things that you say to me personally, is that like, well, that makes the life I live less important. And like, to me personally, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying me personally.
I hear you.
I really value. It's like gold. It's like anything like that. Like, there's a finite amount of life. There's a finite amount of it that we all get. And it's really important that you make the best of that. It's really important. Maybe there is something on the other side. Fuck, I hope so. I hope it's not just this. But I'm willing to accept that could be a possibility, and I live my life accordingly. That maybe this is all I have. Maybe this is all I have. Maybe this is all I have to make a mark, to have a legacy, to do good, to do whatever. That's a possibility. I can't fucking speak to something I cannot possibly fathom or understand. So I don't look at it as hubris to assume that there's nothing on the other side. I don't.
Well, that would be hubris, right?
I don't think that's not arrogant. I don't think that's arrogance at all. Like, what's arrogant about like thinking that like I gotta make the best of what the fuck I have?
No, that's not the arrogant. The arrogant part would be that you would believe to know that there is nothing.
Sure.
Because there's, that's what I'm saying. The hubris is like, well, this is my one shot for sure. Like, I think everyone thinks you get one shot at life, unless you're a Buddhist or something, you think you believe in reincarnation, which, that has its own principles and beliefs, which is, maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe there is some recycled, hell or heaven.
Yeah, but don't you think that's
like what it is? But
don't you think it just makes life all that more important and
I think
special if it is your one shot. Everybody's got a shot at being the best they could possibly be.
Yes. No, I just don't think believing in an afterlife or believing that there is more out there takes that away from me.
No,
I don't think that makes me lazy in my life.
No, but
I'm
not suggesting that either. But you're saying that on the other end, that's what makes a person arrogant.
No, believing that
but
you
can't
know.
you? But you're
Like,
also, but you're
know
also
that-
asserting like a belief as well.
Yes, no, they're both functionally the same, for sure.
Okay.
Like they're both
So
functionally.
how can
Both, but I don't pretend to know that what will happen to me, right? Like I think if I perform a certain way, right? Like and like maybe that is part of the hubris of the ego of man, that we have to continue living life after we die. Maybe that is part of why we need religion to like that ego is so big.
Yeah.
That we want to believe that there's a possibility there. I think, but what it does is it controls the ego more, saying that I am so in control when it comes to the after effects of my life, that there is something that is so much bigger and more powerful than something that I can't manifest in my own head, and that someday we will be able to transcend. It's like I don't know what it feels like to be a neuron or a particle, like accelerating at infinite speeds through time and space. Like I don't know. I don't know what that feels like, but maybe that's all the soul is. It's a particle, that leaves you.
I mean,
right?
But to me, that is the thing that, like, thinking of life as a finite commodity.
It is finite.
No, so that to me is the thing that, like, takes away the hubris. Like, how can I be arrogant about something where I only have X amount of time to achieve something?
Well, X amount of time to achieve what though? That's what you're.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's about, like, creating a legacy, creating something worthwhile, creating a family.
Yeah.
Like, doing all those things. Those are the functions of my life that actually make me live forever. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I don't buy into this thing of, like, this afterlife where I live forever. No, I need to put so much effort and so much time into what I have, so that I do live forever through my family.
But you don't know. I agree. Like, I agree. That's part of it. That's the physical world. That is the physical world. Yes.
That's all. World. It's not just physical.
No, but I'm the one that believes in spiritual and afterlife.
I'm talking about the essence of a human being is something that you can pass through your generation.
Yes, and I think
it's a completely secular function if you would like to look at it that way.
I don't think it's secular, though. I don't think that's secular at all. I think that's being secular is still a belief. It's still a way of function. Yeah, I'm not saying you're going to be a bad person you're not going to be able to accomplish great things in this life. I think the hubris where it comes for me is saying that we are going to be able to, like, what is the afterlife? We have this physical bounds. The only way we can explain it to ourselves is thinking that it's going to be a certain way. Like, we're going to be able to have our whole, like, everything's going to be perfect. Like, I don't know if that's what it is. I don't know, like, all these, like, beautiful Hollywood versions of what heaven or hell is.
What's your conceptualization of the afterlife, then?
No, I don't think there is a conception. I don't think I can conceive. Okay. I don't know if I can conceive. I can use my human brain and my human experience to try to translate it. Like, maybe it will be a black void, but your consciousness doesn't have a function, but only in the physical body it does. It's the only time it really has a function, an applicable realization of the physical world. Once you're out of that, there has to be something that leaves, like, they say you die. I don't know if it's theory or joke or whatever. I don't know. I haven't read up on it. But when you die instantly, you lose weight. You lose a certain amount of weight, like, instantly. The moment you die, and some people have said, well, it's all the gases leaving your body. So that would explain, because gas still has weight. That could be possible. But there's something that happens at the moment you die. I think anytime you're around someone who dies, you feel it.
Yeah, sure, of course.
You feel something leave this world. It's gone forever. there is something that you won't ever be able to touch again or tangible, have a conversation with. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's like our Father. It's like you weren't talking to the body. You know, you weren't talking to the physical. You were talking past that. Like right now, this conversation is not physical. It's not a real thing you can touch. It's not tangible. It makes you feel things. It makes you angry, confused, sad, happy, all these like emotions. But that is that subsurface. That's the spiritual. That's that thing you can't really touch. The thing that when you get broken up with a girl and your gut just wrenches and you feel your insides turn, or like those are like just things that you just can't explain. Like when your son was born, like those things are just too big.
No, I understand that, and those are things that are kind of impossible to articulate to somebody that has never felt them, right? Like heartbreak or whatever. Like they're just really hard to communicate. I guess I just don't like immediately chalk those things up to like a spiritual sense. I just think that's just part of the human experience. I just like, and I'm comfortable with not being able to explain every aspect of it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I'm not like married to anything. Like I'm just like, well, yeah, will I change my mind someday? Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. I really don't. And I mean that sincerely. Like I really don't know.
I feel you. Mike, what do you think? Why don't you wrap it up for us?
Yeah, I'm good with all of that.
He's done. He's like,
he's toast. He's toast. Is one of the
no. I mean, I mean, you were. I mean, about like the afterlife and stuff. What do I think about it?
What's your conceptualization of the afterlife? Do you have a conceptualization? Do you think there's anything after the corporeal world? Do you think like this is it, or do you think that there is something beyond this? Is it a place where you like meet your lost loved ones? Is it something you can't describe, something you don't understand?
I think it's something that I can't understand, but I understand that there's a good place and a bad place, and I want to end up in the good place. That's what I believe.
Fair enough.
I mean, whatever keeps
and I don't know what that means, but I just that's why I believe there's a bad place and a good place, and I believe that if you're a really bad person, there's no way that you're going to just be like everybody else and end up in the same place.
Okay.
I don't know. It's kind of sick to just know that maybe they'll be damned. You know, maybe there's a punishment that goes after for their evil deeds, the things that these people do to their children, to friends, to like these really bad, evil people, you know?
Yeah, but don't you think some of that's like born out of like human nature, I think, like our need to like find justice and everything? No, but
spirituality is nature.
No, okay.
It is. That's what Jordan Peterson talks about. He's like, it is inherent within all of us. Sure. It's part of us.
No, but what I'm saying is like there is a part of like that process that all people have: retribution, justice, whatever you want to call it. So we can take solace in the fact that like, okay, well, this person didn't get caught for their evil deeds while they were alive, but they'll pay for it on the other side.
No, I think that's
to me. I mean, to me, that's just like
part of it.
That's just a comfort thing. It's just
I think it's
another part of the mechanism.
Sure. I mean, I think everything comes down to some sort of comfort. I think people have used religion to explain plenty of things to comfort themselves. You know, but I don't know if religion is there. Its entire purpose is to just comfort. You know, I don't think it's some morphine you inject to just make yourself feel better. Connecting yourself to something maybe a little bit bigger than yourself. Something that is going to just, you know, be able to maybe give you something that's more fulfilling than just thinking this is it. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it for a lot of people. I didn't find religion again because I thought that I needed to prepare myself for the afterlife. That wasn't me. That wasn't how I reached my determination about going back to church. I thought there was a spiritual battle or something happening within me that was lost and disconnected, and my life wasn't getting any better. I wasn't preparing for anything that was going to, you know, just like there was something missing. And I'm not saying it's fixed everything. It hasn't. No, I still have plenty of questions, still plenty of doubt, still plenty of, you know, horrors in my head, just like everybody else. I don't think that's what it's not. That's not why I go. I go because I must. Like there's a battle coming, and that's the only people that will be able to survive are strong people for sure. Like people that have like deep connected feelings to themselves and to the world around them, absolutely. But there is something coming that I think you have to. There is like the government is not end all be all. Even if they execute you for belief or imprison you, there's something they can't touch. There's just something that
I believe what Dan just said too. Just to let everyone know.
Yeah, no one can touch. Like there is a battle, and only.
No, I just listen. I sent Dan a video. The priest talked about this. I believe this too.
Listen, well, I believe that I am a fully formed, atomized individual.
And, I think the 15-minute video, it's a lot of hyperbole. It's it's fine. It's a lot of like building up and that stuff. I was feeling that before, like not the end times, but the end of.
No, Dan, I sent you the one with the Exorcist priest. Did you listen to that one?
Did you send me that one?
I might have sent you the wrong one. I'll have to resend it.
There was another one you sent me. It's like a really young guy. It's like 2 hours. He's like super young. He's not a priest. He's like a evangelican guy.
Oh, I might have sent you the wrong guy.
Yeah, maybe you did. You sent me some fucking young fucking goddamn heathen. Some heathen. No, but I think there is something else out there, and there is something coming, and I think it's always coming. And you have to prepare your spirit for battle. It's like, why do we do practice? Why do we do mental training? Why do we need psychologists? Why do people do these things? Like these things are very important. And I don't think someone's weak because they go to a psychologist. I don't think someone's weak because they go to a priest. I don't think someone's weak because they realize there's something that maybe they just don't have a good handle on because there's this internal thing. There's this thing that is there and always. And I think once you recognize that, it frees up a lot of the burden of the weight of the world on your shoulders. Like it does. It just takes that, like it takes away the pain, the not the pain because it's there, but it takes away the falseness of it.
Hey, whoever gets to this point is going to be a true listener.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know if anyone's gonna make it. Hey, at least we're not talking about anarchy, I mean,
Yeah.
At least we
Just
made it almost the whole
everybody
episode.
else's favorite topic. Yeah.
No, I mean the thing is, like,
No, I don't have a problem. No, I think these are good things to talk out. Like it's good things to talk.
Yeah.
About.
Yeah. I mean, you could do a part 1, part 2 on this bitch.
I'm
probably
gonna
could.
have to for the audio version. Yeah.
Hey, what do you think the percentage is if somebody was on? What do you think the number is of people that
Out
would
of
actually
100?
listen?
Listen. To
Yeah,
the whole
whoever's
thing?
gonna listen.
The whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
About
You
three-
think one person will?
3 people.
3.
You 3?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh wow! So there'll be 3 people that hear this. That's crazy. That's pretty good.
Hey, and listen, the way you get maybe more than 3 is you share it. And you decide to
Subscribe. You smash that like button. Let me tell you what.
I mean, listen, we talk about everything on here. It's not a very, you come here for nonsense. I mean, that's what you do, and we appreciate it. We definitely I know plenty of people disagree with me. I've lost friends from some of the things I've said on here, and that's okay. It is what it is. I mean, I legitimately have lost friends for some of the comments I've made on here. And
on here or when you talk to them after?
no, on here.
Okay.
On here.
Okay.
I've had a couple people kind of cut me out, and that's okay. Like, I understand. Like, saying all cops are criminals is a pretty aggressive thing to say, and people don't like it. And then some of them are cops, and I get it. But I think if they just if they understood that, like, being a criminal doesn't make you a bad person.
But you don't get the meta text of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my fault, dude. You're stupid. You're just no. I hope they do well. I bear no hatred in my heart for those people.
But seriously, fuck those people. Seriously.
No. It's like
if you're not riding with Zoobox, what are you doing? Come on, we're a podcast for everybody. We're the podcast for the median man. Come on now.
That we are.
If you're not trucking with Zubox, who the fuck are you trucking with? Get out of here. Get out of here. You trucking with the devil? I don't think so.
I mean, they must be. They must be. I mean, you might be. I don't know, Sean. I don't know. I know about you.
Shit. Shit. I'm going to bring people to the enlightened ways.
Dude, check out the RG351V, man.
Have you ever heard of the light bearer, Lucifer?
Yes.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask you, like, do you believe in Lucifer?
Absolutely. I mean, Lucifer is. I think he's real. I think Satan is more of us. I think Satan and the demons and all that stuff. I don't know. It's interesting, you know. My house has not been as rambunctious at night, if you know what I mean. Since I started to do a Hail Mary before bed, say my prayers. Yeah. It's all quiet.
But hey. Do you believe this? Do you believe? Because I believe this stuff. I do. Do you believe that, like, Lucifer would try to influence culture and try to influence people to do bad things?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a deceiver. That's the great deceiver. I mean, that's what he does. I mean, it's the idea. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if God is a physical represent. I don't think there's a physical representation. I don't know if there's no physical manifestation. I don't know. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. The physical manifestation, like if Jesus is the example, right? Like, and is the Antichrist really the son of Christ, of the devil? I mean, is that like Hollywood? You know, like, I don't think that's going to be the omen.
Mother. I don't know who's going to be the mother of him.
He's going to be the son of a jackal, and he's going to be president. I don't know if you've seen these films, but
yeah,
I've seen this.
Well, I mean, I think that it is weird how some of those people died. I mean, that is some pretty strange shit. I mean,
talking about The Omen.
I mean, it's some pretty strange shit.
Omen.
It's pretty strange shit, dude.
Yeah,
when he got his head fucking cut off by the plate glass, and he got his head cut off in real life.
Wacky shit, dude.
I mean, there are coincidences. There was also a warning, Sean. Okay. I am Pierce Brosnan from Dante's Peak, warning the town. That's who I am. I'm just
get out. Get out.
It's not real. We cannot put it into a state of emergency. It would be so embarrassing. Like, that's how they think. It's like so funny.
Yeah, but that's how they really think. They're like, we can't.
Not if you're Joe Biden. Everything's an emergency, I guess.
Yeah, if you're Joe Biden, then Dante's Peak would have been saved, and that old lady would not have burned to death in the lava.
Exactly.
She's she's basically an anti-vaxxer. She wouldn't take the vax. She got burned by the lava. That's what happens.
No.
That's what happens.
But yeah, no. And you think that I always think demons, and I'm like, man, you know, you're just like, I don't know if they're like physical, you know, like I think there's.
Yeah, I don't know about like that, but I think they can like enter into people's bodies and like kind of like influence them, and has people sin, they get kind of.
Yeah, but see, like that, I think this is where you like the physical, the biological. And the
not like enter into the bodies, but into like their minds and kind of like put little thoughts in there.
You're talking psychological, spiritual. That's how they affect you, right? It's not like a thing where they possess you or whatever. It's like it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. It's like the slow build up to like a abhorrent behavior. Like it's
I think you know, like possession, like in the literal sense, like what you see in movies. Like I think there's some maybe validation there. I think it's people who get completely consumed by it. Like it's like breaks them psychologically. Like something happens, you know. And then there's like
I'll send you this Exodus, Bruce. You may find this very interesting. What this guy has to say. What's going on?
You said he's an exhibitionist?
No, an Exodus. Like
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I Father Malachi and stuff like that. Like some pretty interesting stuff there, you know. But the thing is, man. The devil is in the church. He's a great deceiver, and that's the thing. Like they will use things and manipulations, and I think it's a spiritual battle. I think it's that internal battle that you have with yourself, and demons and Lucifer will try to persuade you through your selfish desires to make actions that will corrupt your being, corrupt your life. It's kind of like Nancy Pelosi, you know. Like Nancy Pelosi is probably possessed. I mean, she's a dumb bitch. Calling yourself a Catholic and then saying that you're okay with like abortion, like I don't understand how you can make that determination.
Well, it seems like it would be disqualifying. A lot of Catholics felt the same way, actually.
Yeah, but they're still giving Eucharist to these fucking people. Like that's fucking psychos.
You know, just in all fairness, Dan did watch. We went to go see the new James Bond movie.
I liked it.
Dan literally like immediately went to
What did I say?
You immediately went to like, oh, that's like how like Trump people and liberal people feel.
Yeah.
During this monologue that the villain gave, I was like, you gotta unplug, buddy.
No, I mean, I'm serious. That is dude, politics is everywhere. They fucking did that on purpose. That's intentional. Like, it's intentional. You just don't. And the thing is, Sean, fuck you. Art's up for interpretation, dog. Okay? I can't help the way something makes me feel. I can't help that I saw a connection with real life. That's what art's supposed to do.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Fucking scum.
Fair enough.
Trying to control my spirit. You can't.
You can't.
Satan. Back away.
I'm gonna go talk to this priest that I don't believe in. I was joking. I think you're bullshit, priest. But give me that.
Cool.
Give me that sweet Eucharist. But anyways, well, we've been going. This is actually might be one of the longest episodes of Zoobox ever.
Yeah. I think this is the longest one.
Over 4 hours.
That's
a long.
Maybe the live stream on election.
Yeah, well, but as a proper episode of Zoobox, I think this is the longest. We've done it. We've climbed the mountain.
Broken records today.
Everything's falling. Records are falling. Eyeballs are falling. Minds are falling.
Blocks are falling.
Blocks are falling in 3D. Yeah. Sometimes they got gaps in between.
Dude, it's so cool. You got to try it out, Sean. Put on the Virtual Boy. Do it. Just try it. It's fun. It's
I will.
Like you might get sucked in, dude.
I want to. I like Tetris, so I'm gonna give.
Yeah, but this is the whole new level, dude.
I'm gonna give it.
This is a whole because you got to use the buttons a lot. Okay, you're gonna have to be like doing stuff. Like it's busy work, but you might get a cramp.
But it is very rewarding.
I mean, I survive and prosper through all things that God gives me, so I just what is it's always sunny in Philadelphia. For one, through God all things are possible.
Yeah, that's Mac. Yeah,
he's so great.
He's like, why don't we have a Bible behind the bar? Why don't we have a Bible behind the bar? If anybody wants to go check out It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, excellent program. It's on Hulu. You can go check it out there. All right, boys. Well, I think that's a podcast. I think we're good. I think we're done. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. This has been Zoobox, a podcast about nonsense, much of which you've just heard. And we'll see you guys next week, where we talk about all sorts of new nonsense. Dan might turn into a werewolf. Who knows? Just crazy shit. Good night. Goodbye.